नहीं काम हमारे सामना बहुत अच्छा दोस्त है दोस्त निकल तो रहा है इधर इधर हमें को नहीं बैठेगा इधर फाइल का बाहर कितना उसमें लगी है स्टार्टिंग है 10 सेकंड में चलते मेरा वाला यूजरनेम एक तो कोई तो है I'm not your neighbor's son ऐसा कुछ वो कौन है कल वाला है इसलिए यहाँ है ना इधर दिखता है बड़ा नाइट्रोजन से अच्छा नंबर आता है अच्छा नंबर आता है नाइट्रोजन इसका नोटिफिकेशन ऑफ कर दो not experience तू ही होगी और क्या तू ही इधर से कौन करता है सेटिंग में जाके नोटिफिकेशन में जाकर करना वही तो किया
Good morning, sir. Very good morning. आज कौन है zebra crossing?
सर देखो पूरा
क्यों नहीं है वो बात करके जो आया है क्यों
जो नहीं आया उनका बात
बिल्कुल तो क्या हो गया आज today school started
nothing sir what time is it sir
ठीक है let's see what I was doing last class Ayan has come morning oh man ये आया करके बाकी सबको बगैर लगता है nice dress man इधर जरा है बोलने के ना आपका लेक्चर में आता है so we are pretty ahead I heard
we have completed grant series
oh good बांध की है
क्या इतना लिखा है सर 4 पॉइंट
वो उतना बोलता where is this girl Swadeshi have joined there is she has also that's and you better be alone this side on the right side तेरा पूरा हाँ good all the 4 have signed so what is one good thing and what is one bad thing the good thing is that this morning timetable will come to an end very soon I heard maybe few more days then we are back to the Okay. So we have completed evergreen and deciduous forest. Tell me the third forest that to do. ये सब है ना मेरे लेक्चर से पहले तो आरोज आता है ना, you don't show him anything. हाँ तो no problem. इसके पहले आरोज आया नहीं इधर. You met me on that day. After that, there are 7 days have passed. Now only seeing me, you want to don't show him anything. Those are good. क्या समझ जाएगा? Keep a mark check. 6 days have passed and अभी आके पूछ रहा था नहीं था. बाकी दिन आता था मैं क्लास में. If you are a loyal student to me, ये पहले ही करता था. Jan, early morning मुझे spoil my mood. What's it? What's it? What's it? I have completed evergreen, deciduous. Which else I have completed? Types of? Oh, that also. Dry and moist done. Yes, so what is the next for us? Give me one textbook at least. Oh, thank you. Regarding topo sheet, this tiny boy sits here, you know. He came in the DS and he was asking me some valuable doubts in topo sheet. So directly or indirectly will samajh mein aaya, you guys have not at all understood anything. Am I correct? So what I'll do, I'll put tomorrow I'll be there in the central office, head office. I'll tell them, when they ask you, you tell whatever you need. Accordingly, they'll fix a class for topo. So then I'll teach you. Okay? Because he was asking me, what is that 4-figure and 6-figure grade? What's his name then? Tambe. So he's that Tambe fellow, right? And let us put the next heading in your notebook, tropical desert forest. It is tropical desert forest. Tropical desert forest. Next we'll be doing little have a target. First lecture itna karega. And second lecture littoral or tidal forest, correct? The last forest. Let me put it here. Mountain forest. Or did I say other word also? Mountain, you remember? So now let us fill up the lines up. Okay. This is Kirtana Pillai. Hi, who's this? Okay, so just check. Everyone is having one volume at least, UT volume. So morning we'll start with the tropical desert forest. Everyone understand desert forest? Do we have it in our country?
Yes, sir.
Which part of India generally we have desert? Is it entire Rajasthan? Only the western part of Rajasthan. Okay, as the word is saying desert. So we will have, I might have used some words which you study in science. What kind of plants it will be? What kind of plants it will be? Xerophytic. Understand the word xerophytic? Oh, xerophytic. It is something related to cacti, thorny bushes, and generally the leaves are thick and fleshy. I mean, that's not going to be studied in geography anyway. So you understand the meaning of the word desert forest. Why it is tropical? Because the entire country is in the half of the Tropic of Cancer. Okay, so what kind of vegetation it will be? Dry kind of vegetation. And what kind of, we can say animals also found here? Burrowing animals. Have you heard about the word burrowing? What is burrowing? Underground. He is correct. Why underground? Why not above ground? Hot and humid. So generally we have animals which are well adapted. Camel. So the common sense ke subah abhi morning relax. That shows your common sense. So that is what we are going to do under tropical forest. Then we get into the word, it is littoral. This is what everybody knows. What is this word tidal? It is normally the influence of the tidal waves. You understand what are tidal waves are? What are tidal waves? Generally, they bring in the marshy and swampy area. You might have seen even in that Airoli is nearby, na? Airoli and Vashi Creek, that marshy and swampy area. So normally, what kind of vegetation? Keep the door open. All flocks are come. Ja. No, nobody was on one single benches only. So generally these are swampy areas. So normally we have a plant called mangroves. So now, what are these mangroves for? Tiny leaves are. And generally they have, the roots above the swampy areas only. When there is high tide, you cannot see the roots. When there is low tide, you can see the roots. And these are generally a good one for fishes and other aquatic animals. What is it? Fishes related to the small worms and other things which are a general one. And they are natural protector against what? Floods. So that's why we say mangroves need to be there. So that we will be studying under which forest? Littoral or tidal forest. And then next and the most important, we say mountain forest. Generally, it is presence of high altitude. In fact, in your volume, they would have given you 3 levels of altitude. What is 3 levels? Based on the height, correct? Even the forest types also change. You accept with this? When we are at the topmost level, maybe 3,000 to 5,000 meters, it will be thorny kind, not thorny, needle-like. So normally we try to understand all the forests change according to the local conditions. So we are going to start which one first? First, which one we have? Tropical desert forest. Let us pick up your volume to page number 108. Is it? Tropical desert forest. So we start from the word distribution. Marked it already. Oh my dear, then why do you? Forest conservation, did I do? Yes, conservation measures also I have done. Social forestry I have to do. Almost we are at the end of the chapter. Almost done there. So put the heading in your notebook, social forestry. I am giving it. Social forestry. Social forestry. Book page number 110. First, you write the word meaning. Refers to deliberate. Refers to deliberate and purposeful. Refers to deliberate and purposeful steps of both central and state government, dealing with the management and protection. Dealing with the management and protection. Dealing with management and protection of forest lands. Dealing with the management and protection of forest lands. dealing with management and protection of forest land. Second point. This is the first point. अच्छा ठीक है ना और एक लाइन लिखिए correct है it deals with afforestation programs on barren lands. On barren lands. It deals with afforestation program on barren lands. Do you understand the meaning of the word barren lands? Info test. What is barren? Barren.
Land without any.
We use the Hindi word called banjar. Same. Do we have it in our country? Never connect barren lands with the desert lands. They are two different entities. How do we generally understand what the word barren? Once upon a time, it was under cultivation or under forest. Maybe due to some natural factors, floods, soil erosion, sheet erosion, correct? Might be due to some human mistakes also. The land has become barren. I can't communicate exactly barren. At least have you seen the land where this nuclear test for India was conducted? Which place? It was called, it is called a place Pokhran. They say, I don't know exactly, they say 53 acres of square kilometers, more than that. Not even a blade of grass grows. Not even a blade of grass. Forget about the vegetation. And the crater which it has created, you know what is a crater? It is still alive. Alive in the sense anybody can fall down, they cannot be lifted up. So that is that nuclear test. The land was anyway barren only earlier, but could have been brought under. But can we do away with that nuclear test? You know who conducted and which time it was conducted? Very good. And the senior most scientist was our own APJ Abdul Kalam. Under his leadership, only that great, I shouldn't say great, one of the best. America could come to know after few hours only. Have you seen some documentaries related to that?
Movie one year.
Pokhran hai na movie. You must watch it. Now, how beautifully our Indian scientists could calculate the, what do you call that? Satellite ka ek kuch hole bolta na. Black spot. What is black spot? That is the time it is not above India. And it is not even to find out ki ye satellite kaun sa time pe kidhar ghumta hai. This is what America can does it. So you always remember barren means banjar. So what is barren connected with this land, this forest? We have to bring barren lands into cultivation. Is it very important? Now, first of all, you know the importance of land to be brought under agriculture. Because the rate at which the cities are growing, the rate at which the industrialization is taking place, maybe in future, the agricultural land available in India will be minimum. Can we feed the entire population, a country like India? In fact, now India has taken up the responsibility of not feeding Asian population. Now we are feeding even the European population. Guess why? Am I saying correct or early morning giving a hyper jute? Ukraine and Russia are the major producer and supplier of wheat, especially Ukraine. And now production of wheat is almost zero. And this is the time when Punjab and Haryana farmers are going to reap gold out of it. What is reap gold out of it? Now India has become a leading exporter of wheat, not to Asian countries, which we already do, but even for European countries. It's like in our saying, we say two goats hit each other, but whenever the blood flows in between them, the fox comes and enjoys the blood. Definitely India is not like that character. India even supplied huge tons and tons of wheat to Ukraine free of cost. At a humanitarian. I was just trying to check my throat. Keep it. Next time you sleep, put it on under the So we always say barren land conversion is very important. Maybe out of one who want to do an agrotech scientific study, you are an employee of the central government of India, central government. And you are one of the scientists who is developing new and new seeds. You are one of the scientists who is trying to develop new and new lands through which agriculture can be beefed up. You understand the word beefed up? So that is what we say, the conversion of which land into which land? Barren land into agricultural land. Are we not doing a yeoman service? What is this word yeoman? Valuable service. Like however we fly high in the sky, but for eating food, where we have to come back? Ground. Can we do away with our food? Yes, sir. 15 minutes ka break deta, wohi time come padta hai. At least next half an hour dena chahiye. So that is what India. A country, small country called Israel, they have done all types of research. They will identify through a machine how much water the plant requires. And the plant will tell you exactly, itna pani dala, isse zyada mat dala. Oh my God, what a development it is. And majority of our Indian students for agrotech studies go to Israel. And Israel being a good ally of India now, earlier also, many technology is going to come to India also. What when it is you who have to search. I mean, two government is coming contract and bringing the technology, it's not so easy. Did you see Ukraine, how many Indian students, especially medical students, sorry. So that is what we connect, that barren land in India we have. We have? Yes. So we have to convert them into which land? Agricultural land. You might find one technology which might be one of the best in the world. Correct? Let's proceed. Because these things are nothing to be put forward. I'm trying my level best, then you give me a warning signal. And Iron was giving me a physical gesture. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. In our language, we call these are Ravanas inside you, which are coming out. Okay, what was the heading?
Social forestry.
Social forestry. What did I say? Barren lands with the purposeful planning of. Barren lands with the purposeful planning of environmental, social, planning of environmental, social, and developmental projects. Environmental and developmental projects. That's it. Now you go down to objectives. I'll only give it. Easy availability of fuel wood, timber, easy availability of fuel wood, timber, and other related forest products. Oh man, right up. I'm changing the 110% my notes are far easy. Easy availability of why? कौन है ये? Hey, hi Kirtana. Are you there? Oh, Shristi has also joined. When did you join, man?
7:38.
You are late for my class then.
Yeah, my laptop was not.
And I have asked you, when don't slip in silently into my online class. You should tell hi, hello. How do I know?
Sir, you were talking. I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay. So at least a message done like I'm in, so that I know that the student has joined. No problem. Did you copy down the notes what I was giving?
Yes, sir.
Good one. When did you join? Late or very late?
Late, 7:38. 8 minutes.
मैं बैठ के online में क्यों ऐसा कर रहा है? ठीक है, let it be. Who's this Kirtana? Hi Kirtana, can you hear me? It's okay. Right on. Yeah. Other forest products. Second point. It also aims at fodder availability. Fodder availability to the alarming cattle population. Fodder availability. You understand the word fodder? Chara, chara. I feel always that you guys in between the breaks go and get that packet food and keep munching it. No, everyone get it. No need to point. He offered me that time. It's like that you are like the cattle and you are going for that chara. But cattle population in India, we have highest. So how do we deal with them? How do we deal with them? We allow them to go to the nearby farm. Jo acha laga to kha ke aaye. Is it correct? And that fellow will also send his cattle to my farm. Ja, ALSH ka farm mein bhi ja. And then the tussle starts. Tussle kya? There are in some north, gunshots have been fired. Ye cattle ki wajah se. We had a very old story in English where one of the chicken goes and lays an egg on the neighbor's roof. Just for one egg, the entire 2 people go into the police station. One fellow says, it is my chicken. The other fellow says, the egg is in my roof. So what? Understood what I'm trying to say? So we try to link you to the alarming cattle population, because in India only we take it this cattle very lightly. Why lightly? Because we have this Australia. Have you seen? New Zealand. These are the countries, they give greatest importance to these cattle. Don't you think these countries are very famous for their chocolates, the cheese? Why not India become like that? Maybe after your graduation, you buy maybe 50 cattle. Papa ne bola right category mein ghusa. But that itself is a business, is it? What bets you can? If I say Amul, a small 23 dairy farmers together. But today, what is Amul? Asia's biggest milk and milk producer. If I take a little bit ahead, I think now we have a new milk quantity, not quantity, quality. A2 milk. No idea what is A. The milk that you and me get it in the packets, normal, whatever is the brand is called as A1. A2 is that milk the cattle feed, feed chara, that is what. It's a higher quality. No doubt per liter milk will be close to 100 rupees. I myself have tried in my house by betting it online. Mama ne bola very good, tasty. Kal se mat bola. Per liter 100 rupees you can afford. But then that is what the quality is. One of my very good friend, my college friend only, he has a big farm in Panvel and he does this work only. In fact, he asked me, he has had acres of land. Now cattle feed hi banata. He asked me, Alage, you join my business. I said, wonderful. So what I'll do, to 4-5 paisa kharid ke de mujhe. Paisa nahi, cattle. You understand? Each cattle will be close to 2 to 3 lakhs of rupees. Utna hai. फिर ने तो क्या भैया तुझे क्या लगा मर्सिडीज ले लेगा उसमें फिर उसके पास दिन में 20 लीटर ऐसे ही थोड़ी मिल जाएगा लोकल गाय को लेके जाएगा 1.5 लीटर भी नहीं देगा. So why I'm saying all this, because today Indian government is giving all importance to you guys that after your graduation, don't wait for the jobs to knock at your door. You have to create the jobs. So that is cattle. Okay, let's proceed now. Cattle population. We like to do the words still. Next. A bit far from here. Next. Kirtana, if you are present, say hi, hello. What is this new student? I don't understand.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hey, who is that? This girl only. Oh my God. Why are you online today?
Sir, actually, there's some issue going on at home, so that's
So
why.
long I'm calling. I don't remember your name. You know my strength and weakness. You should say, hi, sir. This is me.
Sir, I wasn't able to unmute at the starting of the lecture.
Are you
so
in Mumbai or out of voice? Are you in Mumbai only, Kirtana?
Yeah, I'm in Mumbai only, but there was some issue, so I couldn't attend.
That's okay. That's okay. So you should at least put a message. I thought now some new students have come.
So if you check your chat, it's already there.
Oh, I didn't check it. That's okay. Are you able to write what I'm saying?
Yeah, sir.
That's okay. नहीं तू यहाँ बैठ, यहाँ से बहुत ब्यूटीफुल लग रहा है, वहां जाके उस बेचारे को सताएगा। ठीक, लाइफ में आगे आना तो सीखा नहीं, चलेगा। तो लास्ट में आता है उसको बाजीकार बोलते हैं। Right on the next point. Because I want you to be at the single most convenience, but then you run your mouth, ये बोला वो बोला, तू तो बहुत बेचारा। I saw last class in physics lecture, physics, na, how the class was jolly and happy, and I could hear some banging of the noise just to show me that whoever it is, next time abhi sir ko bol ke rakhega, I will, whoever it is, this day you do it, I will come inside, I will tell your physics sir, I will catch them by the ears and pick them up. And even the girls were there, some, I don't know, I haven't seen them. This girl. अभी नहीं है तो उसका नाम ले मस्ती कीर्तना last class in physics last week.
Yes, sir.
How was your lecture here?
Sir, it was very chaotic.
And what is the reason for the chaotic situation? I didn't think you were the reason.
I think light went, so everyone was screaming and howling.
And so what, you were a part of that? Leader of the howling?
I was completing the work because all of the things were written on the board.
You come next week, you will be back here, na?
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, come. Let us write the next point. Social forestry. It also provides employment and recreational facilities. Careful with the spelling. It also provides employment and recreational facilities. You understand recreational? And that you go for sightseeing and other things. It also provides employment. Late they remanded.
So actually, I went on practice. Yes.
And he also didn't sign. Who else? वरना मैं मैडम के पास दे दूंगा, उधर जाके रीजन बताने का फिर साइन करना। क्या कौन सा मॉर्निंग प्रैक्टिस है? तेरा बॉडी से तो लग तो नहीं रहा तू स्पोर्ट्स recreational facility. Did you underline? Let us go to the next study. Start हो गया उधर जाते ही agroforestry. They will ask you distinguish between social and agro. Distinct. I mean, you write an agroforestry. So shall I allow you to write what is agroforestry? You just understand first the meaning. When I use the word social forestry and agro, it is agriculture. Am I correct? Do we do agriculture and forestry together, or it is just a term? I'm asking. Kirtana, tell me what is agroforestry according to you?
Sir, can you repeat?
Swadeshi, you tell me.
I don't know.
Then you should tell me. How could you blindly say I don't know? Read it by the time Kirtana answers. Yes, Kirtana.
Can you repeat the question?
What is agroforestry? Others also here.
So agroforestry is where a land is used to grow all the trees and shrubs around it.
Generalized answer it is.
Yeah.
You tell me and give me the pen back. What is agroforestry? Now, the forestry is also affected by the increase of agriculture. Do you accept? You remember increase in agricultural land destroying the forest. Is it correct? more and more agriculture, we are destroying the forest. Now, what the government of India says, you go for agriculture, but at the same time give importance to forestry as well. Kaise karenge? Normally, we have large acres of land. At least on the borders of the land, we can grow some trees. Generally, which trees? Coconut trees are general. Because excess water, it will absorb. Second, we will have what? Forestry also along with agriculture. That is, we call it as agroforestry. Ye to surrounding hua. And we have mud crumbs. You know what are mud crumbs? The mud walls. In between also you can plant some plants. So countries like China, especially more than China, it is Japan. What is Japan famous for? Now it is famous for Modi. Yesterday evening, if you watch the news, Mr. Modi is there, Joe Biden is there, and who else? Australian president is there. Which summit is going on?
G20.
Yes, history?
G20.
G20. Good. G20. Yes. You guys are perfectly knowledgeable people. Huh? This is the summit which is going on. What summit? 4 countries which are formed in the year after which 2016-17. India, Australia, Japan, and America. And every 2-3 years they meet. And this year the meeting agenda is mainly China. How to prevent the Chinese dragon entering our plates, Chinese plates. Okay, so these 4 countries are there, and India is one prominent member among them. It is not exactly for China. They deal with all global, environmental, and other issues. But China doesn't like India being a member of it, and India damn cares what China likes it. Correct. So there are various summits they do related to protection of the forest. Have you heard of Australia forest fires?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Australia is a country which can be a leading into this. And America, as always, becoming a superpower. But yesterday there are some clippings and some videos, photos have shown where Joe Biden is walking behind our Indian Prime Minister. And Japanese Prime Minister is ahead, and alongside is our Modi. So even Joe Biden has taken the leadership quality of Mr. Modi, and he has openly advocated, especially the vaccination support, what India has done and what India is doing. And in one of the joint meeting where he and Biden is alone there, he reads a line related to Russia and calls Russia in a very little bit angry mood. And as soon as Modi looks at him, he drops that line at all. And he goes back to some other line. Are you understanding? The world leader, the greatest powerful country, is slowly subduing under India. And this is the time Modi has to sit on the head of President of America. I'm just saying it. So I'm saying India has already signed a summit in which we have asked that we will reduce our emission of carbon. You know what is carbon? By 2025, India will reduce the carbon emission close to 7 to 9%. China has also signed it. India has also signed it. Australia has also signed it. But abhi tak American has signed it. Are you understanding what I'm trying to connect? So this agroforestry is nothing but America does only 9% of agriculture. India does 46% of total agriculture. Is America able to survive with the 9%? In fact, they export lots and lots of things outside also. Because their kind of agriculture, India slowly stepping in. An American farmer might use an LCA. Now, come on, what is this LCA? It is called as light combat aeroplane. Combat means for fight. Now they use that same aeroplane for spraying pesticides on the farm. Can you imagine Indian farmer using a LCA? Now at least we started, we started using drones. You know drones?
Yes, sir.
Spray pesticide.
So then what is this?
This is I'll show you exactly what kind of agriculture they do. Hamara dairy farming and New Zealand ka dairy farming. You understand the picture of the cow itself? So hamara cow ko polio jaisa dikhta hai bechara. And New Zealand cow, baba WW wrestler. Because the amount of cattle feed they give it, the amount of medical and other facilities. Whereas our Indian cows, sir, जितना भी Bollywood का poster लगा है पूरा वही खा जाता है. And so-called लड़का ने A-rated film डाला है और हमारा भाई भी पहला उसी को जाके खाता है. लड़का बोलता छोड़ मुझे देखने तो क्या मतलब तेरे से ज्यादा काऊ को पसंद है. What I'm saying, we always believe that our cattle is on the roads. Why do you go to far interior? I think मैंने नवी मुंबई में भी देखा है. I remember the first day I entered into Navi Mumbai, that is Vashi. I came through bus only. That Vashi, I don't know. I was in Chembur, Anushakti Nagar area. We were living there with my dad's quarters and other thing. I could see in between Vashi depot area, there were some 2-3 buffaloes and cows sitting. And the BSU driver was honking. And oh, cow. He's honking. And it was a real beautiful scene for me. क्योंकि बॉम्बे साइड में काउ रोड का बीच में कभी देखा है क्या? रोड में के बीच में छोटा सा किधर साइड में भी नहीं दिखता है. So populated area is it? फिर मैंने पापा से पूछा ये क्या है? ये गांव है ना, तो बीच में गाय भैंस सब दिखता है. And I remember the Turbe area was like गांव only totally. मतलब ये कौन सा जगह पर लेकर आया? Only little bit depot. I'm not saying that I came 40 years before. Some 10 or 12 or 13, 15 years before. I don't remember. But now what is Vashi and Navi Mumbai now? Sir, millennium city. Where these cows and buffaloes have gone, wo gaya hai, medical college mein admission. So why I'm saying how quickly the area gets developed, how quickly we are disturbing what? Are you understanding? So where now the government of India said it is which agriculture? Agriculture and forestry together. I forgot about Japan. Japan having 1/3 of the land and 3/4 water. Everybody knows they do agriculture and forestry side by side. And they do agriculture along with pisciculture. You know what is pisciculture? Fish farming is there and uske saath rice bhi grow karta hai. Koi Japanese hai bhai. And what we do, neither pisciculture nor agriculture, pura barren land mein convert hota hai. So that is what I am trying to bring, this agroforestry as far as a country like India is very important. ये दोनों साइंटिस्ट लोग अपने दिमाग में क्या देखो. और ये इसे इसको नींद से जगह पे रोज वाटर पंप पे मार. Write down the next heading. Agroforestry, also known as you remember I showed the video agro-silviculture. That person was trying to explain. Also known as agro-silviculture, SYLVR, silviculture, also known as agro-silviculture. Mainly practiced to grow trees or shrubs, mainly to grow trees or shrubs along with agricultural land area or along with agricultural lands. Trees or shrubs along with agricultural lands. Underline trees and shrubs and underline agricultural lands. Why one person is still waiting for Naril फोड़ने का? तो लिखते start क्यों नहीं किया? जल्दी. Next point. Main objectives are. Okay, now you can copy down exactly from your volume. 111. I'll add 2, 3. Main. No problem. I'll forget you also. 111. All the 3 you copy down. Hey, there it is in the volume. Both are having Srishti and Kirtana.
Yes, sir.
Copy down that 3 points.
Yes, sir.
What is the message? Yes. Quickly finish it. I might add more. In fact, I'll show you some of silviculture. Last time also I showed you some videos, you remember? Only one video. You want more videos to go?
They're on silviculture.
Silviculture. Wait. Because this is something new and you must understand what is agro-silviculture is. So while writing, just listen to this. Where is this person? Is Jacob Mueller's monthly series. Keep writing and keep listening. We tend the forest to make sure that the growing stock that is left in the forest is of the healthiest and highest quality trees and the most desirable species. And so when we think about forestry, we're really thinking about controlling the species composition, the structure of the forest, and the density of the forest. So we can all do these things through silviculture. So look at it. Time and again, he's saying it is horizontal and vertical distribution of layers in a forest. I think very few Indian agro-tech scientists understand this. Okay, maybe in future some studies related to agriculture and forestry might take up the project. So these silvicultural activities are generally called treatments. We talk about the long-term planning. These treatments are set by process through prescriptions, silvicultural prescriptions. And generally, when we're developing a silvicultural prescription, we're going to define it in the context of the silvicultural system. So the silvicultural systems are named after a number of age classes that will result from treatment, from our regeneration of the forest. So the number of age classes is meaningful because it tells us a lot about the structure of the forest. Different structures can help us meet different management objectives. Our system is an even-aged silvicultural system. This creates and maintains a single layer, a single cohort of trees and species, generally lacking a lot of structural heterogeneity, creating more homogeneous condition in the stands. We also have a two-age system where this is just how it sounds. There's two age classes. This volume for the man is explaining very boringly. Regenerating cohort. This is silviculture again.
Silviculture is the art and science of managing the establishment, growth, composition, and health of forests. Stands are portions of the forest with similar characteristics, designated by easily identifiable boundaries and managed as units. A forest is a collection of stands. Therefore, forest management involves managing the stands that make up the forest. Tolerance is a term used to indicate a tree's capacity to develop and grow in competition with other trees. Trees compete with neighboring trees and plants for nutrients, light, and water. Site quality refers to the productive capacity of the site and is influenced by soil nutrients, moisture, climate, and topography. Site index is a measure of the site quality. Generally, the higher the site quality, the higher the productive capacity. Forest stands develop naturally as trees grow, reproduce, die. Natural regeneration occurs when seeds germinate to produce seedlings or when stumps or sprout or coppice following the removal of a hardwood tree. Even-age stands usually occur after some disturbance in the stand that removes most or all of the overstory. Uneven-age stands have at least 3
These kind of areas in India, I don't think we have. Chhattisgarh, I heard.
Uneven-age stands usually develop as a result of disturbances that create favorable conditions for seeds to sprout, but do not affect the entire stand. There are different silviculture methods that can be chosen by managing the stand. Clear cutting occurs when the overstory is removed in one harvest.
So here he's trying to discuss the various methods of silviculture. Why? What is that used? Did the word? What is the word he has used? Clear cutting. Clear cutting. They are just cutting the top part of the trees.
The second method is called seed tree. Here, the entire cutting is managed as with the clear cut method, but for a designated time period, a small number of mature trees per acre are left as seeds for the next generation of trees. The third method is the shelterwood process. This management method.
This one I think I heard, shelterwood trees. Any idea what is the shelterwood trees are? These are those trees of the forest which are mainly to use, roof-like structure. And it grows normally in horizontal. Even I have planted one tree in my hometown. Although I only put seedlings, uske baad main usko dekha bhi nahi. Jab bhi jata hu, it grows. And I don't know, that tree has the tendency of growing on the horizontal side. And it is normally for shady. However might be the sunlight, it grows horizontal. But you have to keep cutting and pruning. वो मेरा parents है तो उन लोग करते रहते बेचारे बोलते हैं कुछ भी डाल के चले जाता है and the entire work is fine. So this is what shelterwood. Shelterwood, more than the vertical growth, it will be horizontal. And you might have gone into, I don't know if you have gone to that Wadala area, Anik Dippo karke area, Anik Dippo. It is not a botanical garden, but BMC has done beautiful work. मैं अभी नहीं गया, वो भी हो गया रहेगा close to 20 years. Have you heard a theater called IMAX? Adlabs. I think अभी तक वाशी में नहीं आया. Even I personally have gone for the opening ceremony where Mr. A.R. Rahman was there inside. And IMAX Adlabs is a screen which is more like a football from outside, if you can see. And normally related to Earth and that kind of pictures are there. And if I tell you close to 10,000, 50,000 or 60,000 watts is the sound. And normally they show you a picture related to Earth and other things. But people did not like it. So मुझे लगा एक Spider-Man का 1 or 2 series उधर आया था. I tried my level best to go, but it is very costly. Close to 900 to 1,500 is the cost of the ticket. And my friend says the seat arrangement is more like that you are semi-sleeper bus. Reclining. The chair itself is like that. And why I'm saying, there they try to create awareness related to Earth. And they say the rate at which we are cutting the forest now, maybe 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line, forest might not have been there in the Earth. And to be very frank, forest and our survival have a direct connection. Do you accept? How? Sorry to use out साला फिर भी तू कट करने के बात कर रहा है. मैं ग्रो करने का बात कर रहा हूँ. तुरंत फर्नीचर. क्यों फर्नीचर के बगैर जिंदगी नहीं है क्या? Furniture. I'm asking to grow the forest. He is ready to cut the forest. What else? What else? The main carbon dioxide emission. How is this earth becoming warmer and warmer? Because the amount of carbon dioxide increases, the amount of sunlight also increases. Did we not do in your 9th standard? The amount of heat received and radiated should be more or less equal. Agar equal nahi hoga, now what we are having the problem. Amount of sunlight we are absorbing is more, and amount of sunlight we are radiating back is less. That is what causing what? Never say furniture in front of me.
Improve the seed trees so they can produce a healthy cone crop.
Look, such a nice picture could make for our selfie.
The root is the final harvest of seed trees. Uneven-age silvicultural methods occur when individual trees or small groups of trees are harvested over relatively short intervals. This process depends on establishing reproduction and providing space for it to grow. Having a regeneration plan in advance of timber.
Look at what they have done. Forest management, what is that? Select. So these are some things I am trying to put a little of interest to you. Look at that last box, end of rotation harvest. So this is how we try to explain to you. When you get into these specialized studies, you are going to study all this. And it is less of India, but more of these foreign countries are involved in, especially European countries. Regeneration plan.
Natural regeneration takes advantage of existing trees.
Thinning, competition, site preparation. मैं टोरंटो में एक महीने के लिए ऐसा काम में involved था. It was very far. No, only study. Wood cutting के लिए good. ये साला forest और demolition में cutting.
Reducing competing vegetation.
Are you seeing this? One, they said reduce the logging debris, reduce the competition, improves the soil, provide access. How do you want to explain this? What are debris? The unwanted trees which are and the branches which are falling. They collect that also. And look at that. Reduce the competition, improve soil, provide access. मतलब जितना वो layer हटाते जाएगा ना, उतना आपको soil का access मिलेगा. Because jungles and forest and continuously the leaves and other things are falling. So the soil is not accessible to you. So that is how they do it. Silviculture. Shall I proceed?
And providing better site access for land. Site preparation may involve multiple treatments. Prescribed fires expose mineral seed depth that's useful for natural regeneration. It can also help in controlling competing vegetation and is most effective in combination with chemical or chemical treatments. Johnson involves rolling a heavy steel rope with cutting blades across the site to kill existing vegetation.
These kind of machines we have never seen. Just cutting blades.
And a better site preparation for burning. Shearing cuts vegetation is done by mechanical means and is typically followed by piling or burning. Piling is also known as root raking. It is the movement of woody biomass into piles to clear the site after harvesting. Fire is often used to dispose of pile and wood road debris. Soil manipulation may occur as part of the regeneration plan of the stand. Disking is the breaking up of the soil surface to improve aeration and water movement to allow for better growth. Bedding raises the planting beds and is most often used in areas with high standing water or the surface drainage pools. Ripping is used where a hard pan or impervious level exists in the soil that would impede root growth. Chemical site preparation is often used to control a wide range of competing plants. The next step after site preparation is planting.
Helicopter is spraying.
May begin in the fall and proceed through the winter. Best growth and survival occurs when seedlings are planted in moist soils in late fall and winter. There are two methods to plant: machine and hand planting. In the first, tractor pull machine is fixed with a holder for slicing through the soil. The next is hand planting. Individuals or planting crews use hand tools to plant seedlings. Based on site conditions, fertilization and planting may be done to improve early seedling growth.
I say biking, that also some holiday. I love it. Have you understood what is silviculture now? Guys? Yes. So let's proceed. Okay, carry on. The points. Which point are? Huh? Okay. Then go to the next part of the chapter. Just see certain question answers you want me to discuss. What I said? I didn't say anything. Kya bola maine? You said na. What kind of English is this? What did I say na? Boli.
You are giving extra points.
Oh, you want me to give? Good girl. Write down. What's it? And did you see the amount of machines they are using? That is for forestry. And India will maybe try this. शायद हम लोग मेरा इंस्टा में तो मिस्टर मोदी जी है, उनको ये हाँ कर तो है. And then long time. You're most important to welcome into my Insta. I don't do all kinds of hierarchical things what you will do.
Yes,
You are ready? You are ready? Wait. What does that do? Pure stands for बोलते? मैंने कब बोला तेरा पैर सर के ऊपर? Like that. हाँ, please. I am most awaiting not you to come to my group. Write down. Objectives, new points. As she asked me, hey, what's your name, man? Huh? Unnati. You. Okay. Unnati asked it, and I hear the points are agroforestry adds to the agroforestry adds to the agroforestry adds to the rich forest heritage. Agroforestry adds to the rich forest heritage. Next. It improves in the awareness and participation. It improves in the awareness and participation of specialized agro tech scientists, specialized agro-tech scientists. And the last point, the rate at which scientists, the rate at which the forestry is destroyed, the rate at which the forest is destroyed the rate at which the forest is destroyed and global warming shall I say occurrence and reoccurrence, global warming is evident, E-V-I-D-E-N-T. Evident मतलब ज़्यादा दिन पर दिन बढ़ते जा रहा है, ठीक है? Agroforestry is more important. That's it. Okay, now read through the entire questions. I remember we have done wonderful distinguish of that moist and dry. It is there in the volume itself. I want you guys to make a distinguish of your own. Moist and dry deciduous. Looking at the volume. Next time, Sana, mera presence with this kuch help. Hey, look at that dry and moist deciduous. It is on page number 117. Put that heading in your notebook. And make that big paragraph like into small points. Try doing it. If not me, they only help. I will not give you. Very important. Distinguish between moist and dry deciduous forest. Distinguish between moist and dry deciduous forest. Hey, what's your name? Your name? Amay. I remember saying that. I've just already. What's it? 6 feet in here. 6 grade. So 6 feet किधर मुझे अंदर लेके. So I've told your friends also. We'll have some classes. I'll speak to the head office. Okay. For entire, I'll teach you. 4-figure grid and 6-figure. Is that the only trouble in topo?
Yes.
Okay. What, Unnati, you have more troubles? I shouldn't say trouble. Doubts. So why others didn't participate? Busy. Doubts on me.
The whole chapter is only down.
Which whole chapter?
That's only topo.
And then you should have put the request to the department, whole chapter down.
So it is a 15 minutes lecture.
अरे but at least बोला then only you did take any steps. अभी ये बच्चा ने भी आते ही बोला सर मुझे पूरा सीखने का. मैं बोला 15 मिनट में क्या पूरा सिखाएगा. But at least you can book a slot. You come at least. अच्छा वाली है. वैसे भी मुझे उस दिन इकोनॉमिक्स का लेक्चर भी था. क्या है? तुझे मालूम था? With UT people only. But come inside that 15 minutes. Was it a good one, Amay? Good. I always feel that you are coming one by one and we try to clear your doubt individually. I really enjoy that kind of sessions. कितना point लिखने का? कितना point उधर दिया है? तो वो पहले लिखो. Writing nothing, asking building. Distinguish between dry, both Krishna and Kirtana and Shrishti, right? Who is into Mumbai policeman? Oh my God, where? I didn't hear you clearly. Oh, ACP, great, yeah. And where is he? In Belapur? Khargar में किधर? अच्छा उधर उनका पोस्टिंग है अभी. Good.
He was in the Washington.
What's his name? Full name? Vijay Kumar. Good name. We have a great DIG in my area. He's our family friend. Vijay Kumar only is name. So very busy. You like it? The job does he?
Yes. I'm trying ICSE.
Oh, good man, good. So give my small message to your dad also. हमारा सर ने hi hello बोला. Even I have tried my level best to get into UPSC, IPSC, but I was royally FUCKED. I royally kicked out of the exam. But it's okay. मैंने prepare ही नहीं किया तो फिर कहाँ से हो लगे. But you prepare well, ना? अभी पापा है तो good. This is the future dreams of some people.
So max points?
Max is 6, 7, 8, 9. नहीं पूछेगा. आज तू कैसे जल्दी आ गया? देख स्कूल नहीं तो इधर आके सोता है. Such a wonderful boy. हाँ.
7, 8 in the morning.
Now I should appreciate. Yeah. 7. We get up 3:30 in morning. Do a lot of work. 4:30. फिर भी वो बेचारा ट्राई कर. तू कितना बजे उठा? 7 बजे. I know. बाकी एक्टिविटी करके है ना या इधर ही ब्रश वगैरह करेगा? ब्रश टॉवल सब लेकर आ गया बोलते हैं. क्या बोलते हैं?
4:30 बजे को स्कूल जाती है.
अरे बोलने का. He gets up at 3:30 and sleeps at 3:35. What is the principle? Completed. Any point you want me to give? Completed. Minimum 15 points on each.
Sir, 6 points.
तो फिर क्यों पूछ रहा? मालूम है ना? लिखना फिर.
Minimum how many points, sir?
Minimum 6 points, dear. Why you are not getting it?
I got around 4 points.
Yeah, I heard you come to Nerul branches on certain days for lectures, is it? Sundays.
Yeah, maths and science. Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
I also come on Sunday day.
Oh, yeah, Reva told me that you wanted to meet me.
No, I come for other class. Next time you wait, I'll see.
Okay.
Good. There's one student from Sanpada. She comes all the way to Nerul to attend the lecture. Name तो मुझे मालूम नहीं. For Eco and CS करके एक subject है. Eco and CA, commercial application. If you are getting only 4 points or 5 points, you check with me. I'll give you more than that. But finish the basic points. Don't write lengthy lines. वो exact वैसे ही copy कर. Short points चाहिए. ठीक है, जो करना है कर. ठीक है. Location तो short नहीं कर सकते. Kirtana, are you writing? Okay, this is important for exam in two respects. When they ask you short note, they ask you distinguish also. Write basically the rainfall and the humidity, correct? Rainfall for moist 100 to 200, and for the dry 75 to 100 centimeters, and then moisture also
70 to 100.
Oh, that's whatever there in the textbook. So once you have any queries, if not, I'll start the new chapter. Or is there any other question you need my help, please? The next chapter of chapter 3. Okay. Only the heading I do. This somebody else, this is that. Morning Star nahi hai na publication. 4 star. What is it? 4 star. हाँ, ये नहीं कि कहाँ का वो वेजिटेबल मार्केट का बचा हुआ माल। एक ने दूसरे को पहचान लिया तुरंत। To be very happy to say that your geography portion in the entire, I teach, I think 1 or 2 batches only. You're far ahead. What are the sources here? We've gone to chapter number 10.
Sir, you were going to start maps of India.
What is it, Sristi?
You were going to start maps of India.
When did I say like that? Hey, everyone has got a maps, not Xerox. You should carry that independent maps. A4 size ka map hai na? Are you having it now, Sristi and Kirtana?
Yes, sir.
एक काम करते हैं, सेकंड लेक्चर में मैं थोड़ा सा मैप वर्क करवाता हूँ, ठीक है? What's it? And then UT volume, you go running and come running.
In the UT volume or the printouts that we have?
Both I'll be using it. Topo sheet में map of India नहीं. They're asking map of India.
So, but I don't have any ऐसा normal.
You are having the volume. We'll solve it from the volume first, and then we'll go ahead for practice. Correct?
Okay.
Give the volume. The 9th somebody actually the क्या होगा मुझे मैंने कब बोला तो पागल हो गया ये सब उसका असर है वही पूछ रहा हूँ किसका नहीं easily asking किसका Did you complete?
Wait, sir.
तू ज़्यादा सोच मत We don't want a valuable scientist to be thrown out in the dustbin. Once you finish that, check any of the book, any of the question. If not, I'm getting into water resources. And map work in the second lecture we will do. Okay. So put today's date, write the heading. So wait. Need to check now. Last month I was 79. Not 79. So let us discuss this wonderful chapter. Get up and go and splash some water. No, it's go better. Get up. No, get up. Ja, jaldi. No, I will not allow you. Get up, get up. Baad mein kar. Abhi मालूम है तुम बहुत acting कर रहे हो. There are many people who are lazy ducks here. Ducks at least quacking तो करता है. जल्दी. Everything you ask to I am only. Get up now. We are coming so disturbed and we never yawn in front of you. Might be some after 3 or 4 lectures, it's okay. Any of the points you need my help?
Sir, I need
2 points, is it? What is that 4th and 5th point?
So
I can't forget this location. No, I know that.
Rainfall.
Make some memory of it. Moist forest. Moist forest and dry forest. A moist deciduous लिखने का. Moist deciduous and dry deciduous. Don't write moist and dry. इतना भी जल्दी नहीं है. एक काम करेंगे. You keep it after writing it. I will check in the second lecture and we will give you more points also. Will do. So I'm in the mood of explanation. Let us jump into the new chapter. So put today's date and write the new heading and a new wonderful chapter. What is it? 25th of May. Okay, look here, everyone. Still guys are writing. Good, right. How many points did you write? So फिर क्यों राम भरोसे बैठा है? लिखना. Come on. And don't feel shy or anything. You feel sleepy. It's nothing big sin. Everyone, even I feel sleepy. Makal ka 4th or 5th lecture, even I was very sleepy. I went out and splashed some water many times and come out. Yawning is a natural symptom. क्या ढूंढ रहा है? Dave, where is Bacha? It's your volume. Take it back, man. पूछना है. बाकी सब पूछ सकता है, but important नहीं पूछ सकता. Shall we? Look at the heading. Now, who understands the topic from the textbook or from the volume? Oh my dear, this child is writing so many points. Let me see how much points here. When you are writing the first point, she has written beautifully on both the sides. Never write the first one, these. At least the first one. You write dry deciduous forest. and try to underline that keywords if at all you get time in your school. अब ये पॉइंट को और सिंपल कैसा लिखने का? teak, sal, sisam, sandalwood, care and bamboos are the main types trees. Make it the point very simple. तो इधर कैसा लिखने का? teak and palash are mainly found. बस और short कर दो. These forests occur in the northeastern, found in the northeastern parts of peninsula, found in the, these forests are found over a wide area. ऐसे ही दिया है. No area they mentioned.
From the foothills of the Himalayas.
हाँ वो सब लिखना. अभी समझो what you make the correction with a pencil only. And next is they are found along the foothills of Himalayas and western. Okay, good. थोड़ा सा change करो. And now you can stop writing. Then look at the board. This girl, stop it, stop it. So what is the heading that I put on the board? Suggest to you. Very good. What does water resources mean? Normally, correct. Now, normally the entire earth is more than 97% is covered with water. Correct that? And not 97. 67% is covered with water. But out of that, fresh water is how much? Only 3%. Out of that, drinking water is close to 0.97% only. Not even 1% of the earth is having drinking water. So these figures tell you what? The next time I open the tap in my building or in my own washroom, I am brushing beautifully. And the water is also flowing beautifully. There are many, people, senior most engineers, some scientists, they have formed voluntary organization. And the organizations are Save Water Group. I don't know how many in your school or in our own department, if you've seen a tap is leaking. You know what is leaking? वो जाके पहला मैनेजमेंट को रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या है? अच्छा है. Why I'm saying, the next day you try to say to the management, save the water. Historians have already put forward that future wars in history can also be fought for water. Already in some parts of South Africa, they do not have any mafias related to any narcotics or anything. They are having, but they have water mafias also. Yeah, Marlene, what is a water mafia? Yes. Entire water tank, if it is coming to one part of the area, they will kidnap the driver and take the water tank in a different area and then sell the water at a higher price. Because it is acute shortages. For you and me, sir, it's a laughing joke. Like my good friend Ayan is laughing. Because there is lack of water for not more than 30 to 35 years. आप इतना दूर क्यों जा रहा है? India में there are some parts where the ladies walk miles, and what do? Carry one pot of water, and the next 1 week that water is for drinking. So that's what in Hindi or English you say, the person who has never walked into the dry patches of desert doesn't know the value of the water. You're walking for miles, you are parchy and thirsty. And the time you are going to have the first gulp of water, a nearby friend is saying, sir, I'm thirsty for last 2 days. Please give me that water. Then we see the most romantic or the most dramatic scene. You are looking at him and you are looking at the water also. Again he's saying, sir, please, I haven't had the water drinking. Might be a generous person, might be giving him and looking up to him. And you know that if you give that water next 5 miles, you also not going to have water. But then some people do that. You go to some parts of South and North, I see even the people who walk, especially on these hot, dry, loo areas, there are many stalls. They distribute free water. And let me tell you, this chapter will tell you what water resources in a country like India is going to be important for. Rainfall may be this monsoon. I pretty feel that might be a bit early.
Yes, sir.
We do not know. 6 already though. June, good. Huh? I'm waiting for my bikes to roar into that stretches of that particular, especially Maharashtra. I've already marked up some places, and now only one of my friend messaged me, to meet and plan for the next trip. Why I'm saying this water is one which makes Earth different from any other planet. Am I correct? Till now, the beautiful NASA keeps telling lies, not lies always. Mars में ये पानी मिल रहा है, Mars में वो पानी मिल रहा है. अरे Mars में क्यों ढूंढ रहा है? जो Earth में पानी है उसको पहले बचा. Next Earth. But I don't think so. Might be Mars on the next Earth. Why do you destroy the Earth which is already we are living in? So when I'm going to discuss, I'm going to introduce that only. That out of the total percentage of the Earth, how much water is usable for you and me. Next, I'll be dealing with the need for conservation. If I tell you need for conservation, I should make you and me live in a place where for even 1 glass of water, we have to do a hard work of maybe few hours. So next time, आप अपने घर पे आएगा तो खुद ही बोलेगा, मम्मी, चलो टैप बंद करो. ये पानी कैसा खोल के आप अपना काम चालू है, बंद करो पहले. Why? Conservation. The rate at which the water pollution, that is also happening. We have plans in our country related to the great river called Ganga. अभी हम लोग ये plan में है. In fact, I think gap 4 is also started. और मेरा बच्चे ने मुझे ये क्या है सर, gap लिखा है. Ganga Action Plan. And Government of India spends crores to clear the Ganga, the Ganges. And let me tell you, 3 to 4 months of Corona, correct? I should not write it on the board. 3 to 4 months of Corona has made Ganga water as pure as it was 25 years before. I'm saying 25 years before. We invite the beautiful, at least not for India. 90% of the industries were shut. That is the reason Ganga water has become so pure. Didn't we not find Surat area? The flamingos have flocked and flocked and flocked. No doubt suddenly our local government has caught Flamingo City. पता नहीं है next year भी flamingo रहेगा या बेचारा flamingo भी महाराष्ट्र में आने से मना कर देगा. हाँ चला गया. And everywhere I could see flamingos का board लगा दिया, flamingo का model भी खड़ा कर दिया.
Flamingo City.
Correct. I should see the next year. Next year the flamingos should not come to Navi Mumbai and Maharashtra. Suddenly a plan change होएगा. Non-flamingos. 2022 का symbol भी लोगों ने flamingos में बना दिया. मैं बोला भैया उसको छोड़ चलो. Belapur area I've seen that. So what? Vashi also. Good. So, but then we are happy. Navi Mumbai is considered to be, I think, 21st or 23rd position in India. Well-planned city. And we definitely look at Bombay and look at Navi Mumbai. Not we. I've seen the Ola and the Uber driver when they come to us to pick up. बोलते Navi Mumbai बहुत अच्छा है. मतलब क्यों? At least car parking के लिए जगह है. Car बराबर चला सकते हैं. मुंबई साहेब बहुत मुश्किल है. मतलब बराबर है ना. एक दिन में अगर 50 से 1 लाख लोग अगर अंदर घुसेगा बॉम्बे में, this is the trouble we'll have it. So let me pull you back to the need for conservation. The first and the most important need, anybody? Survival. Okay, survival. अभी क्या तू survive नहीं कर रहा है? We say immediate need. It is the rate at which we are polluting the water. The immediate need, the rate at which the water. My God. फिर भी कुछ problem है तो बोल. I'll provide you a hot cup of tea. It's okay. तुझे चाहिए? ठीक. Next time आएगा तो आता हूँ. Seriously, I give my teas to my other branch students. You drink tea, is it? You drink tea. So the one that I say the word need, the rate at which we are polluting the water, the rate at which the earth is becoming, what do you call it? Waterless plant. Which water we are worried about? Fresh water. Which water we are worried about? Drinking water. तो कि इंडिया में मैंने बहुत कम जगह पर देखा safe drinking water. सिर्फ लिखा है ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, उधर जाके हम लोग हाथ पैर ये सब दो क्या, why it is not safe? Sir, अभी safe कहाँ है? You see, certain Europeans and Americans, when they come, they don't trust even the bottled water also. Because you go to their country and think the water, the normal tap water is 100 times purified. They don't use water filters and anything, aquaguard and this guard. They don't use anything. Then the government takes care of that water that they drink. So that's what we are trying to say this. Then we will be going into certain conservation practices. Simple conservation. I will say, please separate the pollutants before entering into the water. If I can tell you, industry have 3 levels of testing of the pollutants before it is to be dumped into water. Nobody does it. Who has to take the strict action? Government has to take a strict action. There are certain dyes company. You know what a dye is? DYES. Textile colors. The cloth that you are wearing, colorful, gorgeous and all that. ये कलरिंग देता है, हाँ तू बच्चा है, ये white है, ये आगे भी white ही रहे, सिर्फ देखने से. So we always believe, follow certain practices through which we are going for water conservation. Next, we are going to do something new project. In fact, I should allow you to do, because already your schools are doing so much tremendous exploitation on you. Ye bana, wo bana. But then we will understand the meaning and its importance. Okay, I'll see you in the break and we'll continue. Okay, both of you come back on time. And because you are asking मेरा घर जा रहा है कैसे जाएगा दूसरा लेक्चर common sense में idiotic question right on water guys write the introduction of the chapters ये कौन लिखा इधर ये कौन लिखा कौन है हाँ water now there is a video based on this word I'll show it to all why the word should not be used again and again I'll show you why नहीं you don't worry there are many evil elements in काम करना है इसलिए तो डाउट है तेरे को water the most important resource on the earth water the most important resource on the earth which makes life possible most important resource on the earth makes life possible second point second whatever line out of the total earth constituent क्या हो गया earth's constituent 97% of the earth's water 97% of the earth's water is in the form of oceans. You understand oceans? Yeah, is ocean water salty or non-salty? Salty. Okay. I thought only sea water salty.
It is saline.
Sure. Wow. You're saying saline. And then you have alkaline also. But only 97%, but only 3% of the but only 3% of this water fit for human consumption. Underline that 3%. For 0.3, 2.3 was a man either. That's not our headache. The two main sources of water. Surface water and groundwater. Now you write what is surface water, looking at the volume and groundwater. Looking at the volume, write down in your notebook. So why both are without the video? Who's having an issue with the video? Swadeshi or Kirtana? Keep the videos on. Swadeshi, you have joined the class?
Yes, sir.
Why video is switched off? Kirtana? Kirtana, are you there? She put some message. Yeah, but the power is resumed here, man. Okay. Did you write sources of water? What it is surface water you have to write. Right below. I'm not going to do it. Very easy. When that breeze comes out, let the fan be a little bit switched off. When the breeze rotates, then we can switch on. Yes, yes. Can't handle a pen. How do you handle a pen? What's it? Now you have to write surface water. What is above the surface and what is groundwater? Here you can write well, then tube wells. What is surface water? Ponds, lakes, reservoir. Actually, reservoir will be man-made. Reservoir. Then you can write river. Right. Imagination is your power. लिखना तो लिखा क्या है किधर लिखे yes fonts cold green please actually इधर कुछ भी नहीं that's why you say it is chilling. Shall we write below? Need for water conservation. Need for water conservation. Need for water conservation. Need for water conservation. Point number 1. Rapid increase in human population. Rapid increase in human and cattle population. Rapid increase in human and cattle population. Hyphen, you write industrialization and urbanization. Rapid increase in human and cattle population, hyphen, urbanization and industrialization. Urbanization and industrialization. Next. Second point. Industrialization. Rapid increase. Rapid increase in overall agricultural process. Next.
Sir.
What is it?
Rapid increase
in agricultural process. Next. Irregular and uncertain monsoon. You understand irregular and uncertain monsoon. Irregular and uncertain monsoon. Irregular and uncertain monsoon. Next. Rapid decline. Next. Rapid decline in underground water resources. Or you can write groundwater. Rapid decline in groundwater resources. The next heading, popular conservation techniques. Techniques, popular conservation practices or techniques. How you feel the room is chill, is it? conservation techniques. You should live in a place where it is -7 and -7. What's it? Kargil. ठीक है. क्यों यार मुझे मरवाने के उधर मैं तो सिर्फ एंजॉय करने वाली. ये तो मेरा RIT का प्लान बना है. Hey, out of the points that I've given, both onliner and offliners, any point you want me to explain? No, that you have to read it. Everyone check in. Put your heads down and read. Okay, Gandhiji, read silently. Look at the frames that he has fixed it. So suddenly to Mahatma Katha, Atma Katha mein ghus raha hai. Hey, this Sunday, which test is planned for you guys? Oh, good. How many chapters? How many chapters?
Climate and soils.
Both I've done.
Yes, sir.
That is your problem. Hey, good, Rukna. A climate who has taught here.
You.
Any queries? Any doubts? And what is the other one? Soil. Both are easy chapter. So remind me just 5 minutes before or 10 minutes before. We'll do a small recap. Okay. And any queries, any problems, you can discuss. And this time I want to get better marks. If not better, the best marks. And only geography or along with that?
Geography.
And it
First
is
climate, half an hour, and then half an
oh,
hour.
single. What's it? कुछ बोलना ठीक से मेरे कान तक पहुंचे. मिष्टी दही और रसगोल्ला की तरह बोलेगा तो कैसे बोलेगा? मिष्टी दही. We get it in Navi Mumbai, the traditional authentic any outlets. तो Bengali का बारे में. You're born in Bengal?
No.
Then what?
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Mamta Banerjee, sir. And you are from where? UP? क्या है? तो उसका फिक्र तुम क्यों कर रहा है? तेरा खुद का कुछ आता पता नहीं है. बंगाली रखे हुए मुझे कुछ नहीं मालूम. एक मिनट, वो बांग्लादेश से तो तू कौन सा देश है? एक मिनट, आज के बाद अगर मेरे सामने तुमने उसको बांग्लादेश बोला ना, बोलने दे. You report to me. Either you report to me, next time I'll see this Bangladesh. Bangladesh से कोई मावस नहीं, रोहिंग्या से. ठीक से बोल. Hey, nobody will tell you. Hey, any point you want me to explain? Shristi, Kirtana?
No, sir.
Pakka na? Then write the next setting. Boy, enough. Carry on. Conservation practices. Rapid decline in the available fresh water. Rapid decline in the available fresh water. Rapid decline in the available fresh water enforces EN rapid decline in the available fresh water what did I say? Enforces several new improved soil conservation practices. Several improved new soil water conservation process. Introduction of several new, what did I say? Improved water conservation. Water conservation process. First one. I'll be discussing this in detail. If I get the video also, I'll show you. Rainwater harvesting. First one you write down, rainwater harvesting. Second, Watershed development. Watershed development. Rainwater harvesting. Attendance sheet, where is it? Sign करने के बाद उधर क्यों रखा तू? लेकर आ, नहीं you only bring it. लेकर आ तू. क्यों रखा तेरे पास? ठीक है, आराम से. Watershed development. What? आराम से. It is there on page number 124. Volume, just copy it down as it is. Last year we couldn't use these videos and other things, but this year offline has really put on good things. So I'll show you at least this, what do you call it? Rainwater harvest. Just wait and put the separate heading. What do you call it? Rainwater harvesting. I'll explain that first. Rainwater harvesting, we got, I think, at least the pictures of it.
What is a watershed?
So this is this watershed development. ठीक है. रहने दे. उसको अपना तरीके से बात करने दे. We will talk the Indian accent only. Nothing to impress it well for American accent.
These are the stress of water. Try again.
Watershed development, just understand rainwater harvesting. I'm going to teach you in detail. So this is nothing but what is a watershed? They are trying to create, look here, the green part of the, you see, and these are the clouds, white clouds, and they will not allow the water to evaporate more.
These are the shed that holds water. Try again. Watershed is all of the land.
Wait, Unnati.
Only waterways, such as rivers, lakes, and wetlands, that make part of their watershed. However, any land, whether it is park, forest, school parking lot, and even the soil we build our homes on, is also included. Think of the watershed as a funnel, collecting all the water within a specific area and draining into the nearest body of water. Drop by drop, water is channeled into soil, groundwater, creeks and streams, making its way to larger rivers and eventually the ocean. Everyone in the world lives in a watershed. Watersheds know no political borders, whether local, national, or international. Our environment, our economy, and our society all depend on a healthy watershed.
You understand what is this person is trying to explain? So the entire housing and the other development will be in such a way that the excess water should drain and take that excess water to which area? To the underground water. And although it is very beautifully shown in the videos, but to implement it is not so easy. In a country like Navi Mumbai, a place like Navi Mumbai, this rooftop rainwater collection. Have you heard what does rooftop means? Let's look at the board. The terrace area where the water flows into the roads and to the gutters. We have to stop it. So if we have a house construction like this, correct? So generally like this, the excess rainwater which is going to be collected on the roof, it can be safely passed through a pipe, correct? Yes. And then we try to have an underground water circulation pit. What am I saying? It is circulation pit. Which water? The rainwater. And try to cover this with some stones, big stones, because the water gets collected means the mosquitoes. And this underground circulation pit might be connected to a well. Understand? It's a nearby valley here. Just go with my rough diagram. Or just allow the water to pass through the underground. This is nothing but very popular method of rainwater harvesting. We call it as rooftop. Correct? A benefit of this, anybody? What is the benefit of this? One, the roads will not be flooded with excess water. Two, it will avoid even soil erosion. Correct? When the building terrace water flows into the roads and other things, water logging to hota hi hai. Then if it is going in the gutters, the amount of water it is pushing through certain surfaces. So that's what we are saying. Rooftop rainwater collection is an easy, best and cheap alternative for dam water. You understand what is dam water then? Dam projects itself is a very huge area. Catchment area is also big. And not anywhere and everywhere I can construct a dam. If at all we have 100 buildings in our area, if all the 100 buildings goes for which one? Come on. Everyone, come on. Say it again. Rooftop. Say the fully what I've written on the board. Once again.
Rooftop rainwater collection.
Online is repeat.
Rooftop rainwater collection.
So you understand what is this rooftop means? So every building does this work. One, it is cheap. Is it very place? It is taking any extra place? No. And it does the valuable service. If I say south part of our country has this problem of this water, especially drinking water. And if I speak normally the rain shadow parts of Tamil Nadu, have you heard about the water is a real trouble. If you go to a city like Chennai, capital city of Tamil Nadu, it is normally the Bisleri water. The metro water they call it. Metro is the water through they supply through water tank. Some people say it is straight from the sea water connection, double salty. So people say that we are a Singaporean city. Like this angle say we don't drink tap water. I say tap water mein kya aata unko 90% of the tap water is only to fill the balloons because sirf air aata hai. Ya bach gaya agar pani aayega to it is sea water because one, they do not get the rainfall. Second, they do have a scarcity of water problem. And if this is the trend, maybe next 10 years, what will happen? So Tamil Nadu government was the first government to make it go for this underground circulation pits compulsory in each and every house. In fact, government gave them money. Whenever the rainfall comes, maybe they have which monsoon? Southwest or northeast?
Southwest.
Northeast monsoon. Please collect the excess water. So this is how we understand the new technique of which water collection? Rainwater collection. Is it okay? So the first one is rainwater harvesting. And the most popular method is rooftop. Now then there was another method. I don't know whether your textbook has it, but I'll show you if I get the videos. It was practiced in Meghalaya. Where is Meghalaya? Northeastern part of India. It is called as bamboo drip irrigation. What is it? Everyone, come on.
Bamboo drip irrigation.
Which part of India it was?
Meghalaya.
And what they do, these were practiced by tribal people. And they will collect the springs. You know what is springs? The water which flows from the mountain to the low-lying area. And if you've seen these bamboo channels, have you seen bamboo trees, long bamboo trees? They will try to chisel out the bamboo. If you chisel out half, it acts, looks like more like this, correct? But as a channel, they say दिखता है ना? ये जो in between का जो blockage है, they just remove it, and it acts like a water pipe which is cut into half. I don't understand. And then the water is collected all the way from high areas to the low-lying areas. Per day, they will collect close to 21 to 30 liters of water. So this is called as which irrigation? Bamboo drip irrigation. Now you say, what is this is drip? But for a tribal community, going up and coming down only for water is not very easy. So this was practiced earlier, but now they have stopped. Now every modern house in our Bombay and some little bit of Navi Mumbai, I haven't heard any, they go for this rainwater harvesting. Sachin Tendulkar was the first person. He constructed a new house of his own, I think close to 5 or 7 crores. And uska insurance ही कुछ 50 लाख का लिया भाई ने. हाँ, मुझे तो नहीं लगता वो इंश्योरेंस भी भरेगा, कंपनी ने फ्री में ही दिया रहेगा। सचिन है, कार भी फ्री में मिलता है, पेट्रोल भी फ्री में मिलता है, ड्राइवर भी फ्री में मिलता है, बस उसका पत्नी और बच्चा अपना है, तो वरना वो लेके जाएगा। So why I'm saying Sachin was the first person. He was the first person to introduce this rainwater harvesting in his own bungalow. If the rich people like Mukesh, Anil and other, हाँ, उसने किया। मतलब क्या है? Excess जो water है ना, it will flow out, it will circulate, and it will go into the water deep instead of going to the creek. In Sanpada, Palm Beach area, I've seen certain buildings. Now they go for even this what do you call that pit, composite pit. You know what is composite? Building का जो भी tree leaves का कचरा है, वो भी अभी नवी मुंबई कर रहा है. So slowly and steadily, at least people of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai are getting away. Instead of throwing the garbage, you can collect it in your own building. And let me tell you, there are certain European countries which takes all the garbages from India to their countries, and they produce all kinds of bio waste, which is very good for their planet. And हमारा इंडिया को लगता है कि लोग कंटेनर भर के कचरा करता क्या है, and they are making. I think very soon the government has already reduced the price of petrol. Everybody knows. Yes. Now they are going to reduce more. Ethanol. Ethanol is one bio substance. I don't know exactly chemicals, chemistry lab se पूछना. It is going to be added into the petrol now, and petrol is becoming very cheap. अभी ये 97 rupees का आया, मैंने heard it. एक रात पहले मैंने पूरा गाड़ी का टैंक भरवाया. बोला यार मोदी ने मुझे कम्युनिकेट क्यों नहीं किया, है ना? एटलीस्ट 100-200 रुपए तो मेरा पॉकेट में आ जाता रिटर्न. So why I'm saying, not only India, Canada, some parts of America, they use only the petrol which is made out of ethanol. मतलब half petrol and half that कुछ substance है ethanol करके लोग बनाते हैं. So that is why we say this water becoming so precious now, because maybe 10 years down the line, if you do not seriously apply these water conservation practices, the water scarcity might be a biggest problem. Why? Population increase, industrialization increase, and urbanization increase. पहला जो water connection आता था NMMC के लिए, और अब जो water connection is almost 10 or 20 times bigger. There are very few buildings I heard, I don't know, in Copenhagen, where they do not get water throughout the day, 24 hours, only morning and evening. Evening ही मिलता है, morning. I didn't get it. Same Turbe is a real other example. फिर भी मैंने सुना कोपरकेना में मिल जाता है. Why I'm saying this, slowly and steadily the government of India is seriously implementing which program? Water conservation program. So let us write rainwater harvesting first. It is the rainwater harvesting, cheapest and viable. You know what is viable? Affordable. It is the cheapest and viable technique. It is the cheapest and viable technique of rainwater harvesting in India. It is the cheapest and viable technique of rainwater harvesting in India. Second point. Under this technique, excess, EXCESS, rooftop rainwater is collected next point. It is transported through. It is transported through pipes. Bracket में डाल दो PVC. वो भी cheap है ना? हाँ. So what's the full form of PVC? PVC का full form क्या है? Bad science. Oh. Hey, what's the full form of PVC? Online, huh? Look at the science. Your science is far, far improved than the CBSE. Shrishti and Kirtana, what is the full form of PVC?
Something chloride, sir.
Come again, come again.
It was something chloride.
Very good. You are also very independently, intelligently, not so good. Polyvinyl chloride. ये नहीं सुना है?
नहीं सर, कभी नहीं सुना।
मारेगा पकड़ के।
नहीं सुना, वो ऐड में भी सुना।
कुछ नहीं है, रुको मैं तुम्हारे साथ। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। PVC is this. It is poly. हम लोग अभी नॉन साइंस ग्रुप है, हमको मालूम है, आपको कैसे नहीं मालूम?
सर हमको अभी तक नहीं सीखा।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
सुना
कुछ भी नहीं। PVC का फुल फॉर्म नहीं आता बच्चों को, वो भी 10th ICSE।
सर सच में बोल रहा हूँ, सिखाया नहीं। इसलिए किसी को
whatever it is taught also then also भूल गया, समझ में नहीं आया, मैं absent था।
Sir, we need justice.
You need justice. देखता हूँ करके बाद justice. PVC pipes, comma filtration and storage tanks. Storage tanks, filtration, storage tanks. Next. Storage tanks. Filtration. Storage tanks. Next. You read RH, huh? RH, that is rainwater harvesting. RH is most widely practiced. Hyphen, easy to implement with individuals, less expenditure. इसको गवर्नमेंट प्रोग्राम का चाहिए क्या? कुछ नहीं चाहिए, अपना बिल्डिंग में ये लगाओ और पाइप कनेक्शन दे दो. You now read what is there in page number 124. In fact, I'll allow the person to read so that you are only writing morning. Let's understand what is this RH. कोई बॉलीवुड हिंदी मूवी देख के आए क्या? सारा पोस्टर दे रहे हो उधर मुझे. Carry on. He's reading. Come on, you read.
इधर से स्टार्ट करना।
RH only कहाँ से क्या?
Rainwater harvesting is a technique of collection and storage of rainwater into natural reservoirs or tanks, or the infiltration of.
The word is natural reservoir. You get up. Last question. Get up. No, I said get up. You carry on. एक बार क्या है?
Or the infiltration of.
Stand straight, as if you are in for a military admission. Carry on.
Or the infiltration of surface water into subsurface aquifers.
Underline the word aquifers.
Harvesting surface and.
Wait. Anybody knows the meaning of the word aquifers? It is the source. You write underground source. Underground source. Aquifer. Actually, इसका meaning बड़ा है, but अभी आपको इतना भी समझा बहुत हो. Underground water is source. Carry on reading.
Harvesting surface and groundwater, prevention of loss through evaporation and seepage, conservation and efficient.
Okay, what does seepage means? You write absorption. Because half of the water, the rainwater is absorbed by the ground only, correct? And the rest half only passes into the underground aquifer. Carry on.
Conservation and efficient utilization of the limited water resources of an area, such as watershed. Water harvesting.
Did everybody understand the watershed development? I showed you a beautiful video in that. Carry on.
Rainwater harvesting mechanism.
Sit down. That's why sit down. नेक्स्ट टाइम ऐसा यूज डॉक्टर सबकी तरह मुंह दिखा हाँ नहीं गलती नहीं है गलती से तू बैठता है क्लास के अंदर वो कैसे होगा ना बिहेवियर तो इंसान की तरह रहेगा तो रियलाइज होगा ओए वो तो सिर्फ मुंह ही बोलता है तू तो डिप कर रहा था मॉर्निंग कैरी ऑन
Rainwater harvesting system comprises components of various stages. Transporting water through pipes or drains, filtration and storage in tanks for reuse or recharge. The common components.
Another word recharge. I will explain that. Let me read.
The common components or elements of a rainwater harvesting system are given below. Catchment. The catchment of a water harvesting system is the surface which directly receives the rainfall and provides water to the system. It can be paved area like a terrace or courtyard of a building, or an unpaved car like a lawn or open ground. A roof made of reinforced cement concrete RCC.
Underline that. अभी next time कोई आपको RCC पूछेगा वही full form है. Reinforced concrete cement.
Galvanized iron or corrugated sheets can also be used for.
Hey, what is this galvanized iron? Iron which never gets rusted.
Coating off.
Oh, it's a major. Good. Yeah. Coating off? Really?
I think.
नहीं ये बच्चे से सीख के मैं और किधर बोलेगा तुरंत I think बोलो तो नहीं बोलूँगा. In fact, I tell each and every student's name तो मुझे याद नहीं रहता. बोलता है कि कॉपर के नाम ऐसा भी बच्चा है, ऐसा भी बच्चा है और ऐसा भी है. हाँ, तो हमारा स्टार प्लेयर है ना. और तेरा सिंबल क्या रहेगा मुंह खोलते हुए बच्चा carry on. Hey, what I was going to explain that's now if I say the word recharge the first thing that comes in our mind is a mobile recharge.
Yes.
Can we do the recharge of the water also underground water? How तो आया ना दिमाग के साथ. I said normally every year the water table, you know what is water table? एक कौन सा नया टेबल है? हमारा एक फर्नीचर वाला भाई बैठा है इधर लकड़ वाला. हाँ, he is sleeping. So look here, this is the ground surface. Till last year, this was my water table. But Government of India says every year the reduction in the water table is very fast. So what is this? I am drawing a picture and using sir ये क्या है? If I said this was 3 meter deep, for example, it was 3 meter deep up till here. Now very quickly we say 4 meter deep. So what is the problem we are saying? The water is going below and below. I think best example our own city, the Tamil Nadu. Earlier, when we put underground pipelines, the water 100 feet, you will get good supply of water. Maybe 150. Today, one of my cousins has put 350 feet below. And मैं बोलता है इतना मत खोद कि तू यहाँ से निकल के वहाँ से निकल जाए. If I put 350, my own neighbor 450 dal drill. The cost factor is there. You know what is that drill machine which puts that pipe? But indirectly we are helping in the falling level of water, underground water only. Now what the government says, every time you get rainfall, correct? Let us have this underground circulation pits up. Did I not say? Even now I've seen in a hand pump, I can draw the hand pump, correct? You know what is hand pump is?
Yes, sir.
Where the water flows out, they have made some arrangement like this. But when you are using the hand pump, the excess water drains and this is the pit and it goes down. Even outside a well, where these ladies are seen to be washing, cleaning, I don't know what all the things they do. Below that also they have given this. So wherever possible, they have given this underground circulation pits. You know what are pits? So here, don't you think per day the liters of water might be coming down? So this underground water might slowly come up to a level. Are you seeing? So what I'm trying to do, this process is nothing but recharge. Am I doing the recharge now? तुरंत बोलेगा कितने का? 10 का, 50 का. ये वो recharge नहीं है. Recharge of which water? Underground water. अभी समझ में आया what is recharge? So if I ask you to write a recharge, write down in a notebook. Recharge of underground water. Write down. If at all they ask you. Recharge. लिखना. Okay.
Sir, but
आ गया.
water will be dirty.
तो तुझे पीने कौन को?
Sir, but hand
बस ओए सबसे बेस्ट फिल्टर क्या है मालूम है क्या? The layers of the soil which the earth is having. There are people in Kerala, in my own town, those who have never drank the tap water. Never drank. They live for 8 minutes. सुन ले पहले. They live for 100 years when they. मैं उसी का तेरे लैंग्वेज में आंसर दूं. अभी लड़की है करके मुंह बंद किया मैंने. हाँ, no problem. Very quickly this gentleman. ठीक है. हाँ हाँ ठीक है. You carefully select the words. If not this beautiful duster on your head enough. It's okay. Leave it. They we say very simple. As he was asking with a doubt, those people do not drink this tap water because they feel the adding of chlorine to the water itself is very dangerous. And the aquaguard and other things that you use it in a house, it is good. I'm not saying bad. What will make your body is prone to that kind of chemicals only. But if you drink any well water, tube water, na suddenly you have to bimar pade. Okay, हाँ भी. So these villages, what they do, they take waters which are generally, filtered by these layers of the soil, and इसमें कोई chemical नहीं. So that is why that water is considered pure. Well का पानी पीता है public, pond का पानी पीता है, उनको कुछ मिलता नहीं है, because वो जो layer of soil है ना, जितना तो बोलता है ऊपर से, that is the best filter it can be.
I'm not asking that. Now you told na below the wells.
I told now. This girl also told now. What is told now?
So below the wells there are like gutters for the water.
I didn't say gutter, man. I said circulation pits.
But now that will be soap water because they wash it.
बाबा soap water तो soap क्या पूरा नीचे तक जाएगा क्या? So better you. Take me. I will make you into a liquid form or vaporized form. I will make you to pass through the underground. तो नीचे जाके जब अंडरग्राउंड में पानी में मिल जाएगा ना मुझे वहां से एसएमएस व्हाट्सएप फिर मैं बताएगा हाउ डू यू समझा तेरे जैसा फालतू डाउट लिए यू कीप योर माउथ शट तेरा क्वेश्चन बाहर लिख दे और कोऑर्डिनेटर से पूछ शी विल गिव यू अ बेटर आंसर चलो राइट डाउन हाँ बाबा तू है आगे का फ्यूचर बुद्धूराम नंबर 1 एक तो ऑलरेडी है कल एक लड़का को उधर में आई वाज टीचिंग इंग्लिश इन अदर डिपार्टमेंट सडनली वो लड़का बोला सर 8:30 का लेक्चर है इधर नहीं तो सडनली मैंने बोल दिया कि तेरा वापस and the whole class was laughing and I'm so sorry वो भी तेरे तरह अनॉय कर रहा था मैं हाँ but don't force me to use the words I am also born and brought up here the language you speak I speak much worse language than you as a teacher I try to speak very polite that doesn't mean I don't know फिर M से लेके फिर B से लेके C से लेके सब मैं भी बोलूंगा तो alphabets A to Z जब मैं लास्ट टाइम क्लास का ब्रेक में आया था ये लड़कियां इधर बैठी थी तब भाई साहब के मुंह से क्या निकला था It's okay. Even the girls were enjoying that word. तो लाइफ में तेरा किस्मत अभी तक केक का भी तूने पार नहीं किया किस्मत फूटी नहीं तेरा मुंह है ना उसको जरा कंट्रोल कर बस किस्मत फूटी है अच्छा it's like I during my school days whenever I go for a play biking or anything entire team will be playing and I am the person कभी नी में कभी एल्बो में पूरा इंजरी स्पेशलिस्ट because तेरा किस्मत कौन which lecture very नहीं देखो इसमें ना एक चीज मुझे पसंद आया you are the most outstanding student of UT Koperker outstanding यार तो क्लास के लिए नहीं बना यार तू तो यूनिवर्सिटी में जाएगा उधर भी जाके आउटस्टैंडिंग मत रहे मालूम पड़ा तुझे देश से बाहर लेके जाके वो एक जोक है ना वो राजेश से बोलते हैं ये हमारा गांव का लड़का है बहुत बड़ा बड़ा छोड़ता रहता है, कभी ये छोड़ता है कभी वो छोड़ता है, फिर हम लोगों ने लेके जाके उसको गांव के बाहर ही छोड़ के आ गए। तो तू भी ऐसे ही बिना मतलब का मुंह खोलता है ना, so that you stop it. Right below. Did you write?
Sir, you are giving
Recharge of water. Write down.
Sir, below.
पहले लिख तो सही, मैंने स्टार्ट किया है क्या? It refers to deliberate efforts of increasing the underground water table. Deliberate efforts of increasing the underground water table by providing water collection and circulation pits. By providing water circulation, collection and circulation pits, PITS. We have a place in US called Pittsburgh. I don't know which part of province it is. Pittsburgh.
providing water.
Carry on. Pits.
Collection and circulation.
Circulation pits, PITS. A word को 5 बार बोला फिर से. PITS. Full stop. Guys. Now let us go to the next part of the chapter. Look here. It is already, they have given watershed management in one part of the textbook. So we have done rainwater harvesting. So write down second, watershed management. It is there in the textbook. I am going to give notes straight away from there. Watershed management. It refers to, it refers to draining away of excess rainwater, to a common point, draining away of excess rainwater to a common point which makes it an ideal location for water conservation. Which makes it an ideal location for water conservation. Next. It mainly consists of one or two villages. It mainly consists of one or two villages. Don't write villagers. No, I know all kinds of mistakes. Because brain is wandering out, pen is writing, and body is in another state of mind. Now, purposely showing that I'll skating दिमाग से करता है या पैर से करता है? इधर आने के बाद क्यों दिमाग skating करता रहता है? I can tell you exactly where the brain is roaming out. In fact, I need it. I am not getting it. So you come to my place, I go to your place. Will do? Right up. One or two villages comprising arable and non-arable lands. It is all from your textbook. Comprising of arable arable, and non-arable lands. You write down arable and non-arable lands. Next. Under this, efficient management and conservation of both surface and groundwater resources. Under this, efficient management and conservation of, what did I say, surface and underground water resources. Okay. You are making the noise of the benches. Underground, no need to go point every time. ये किया, वो किया, उसने बोला, इसने बोला. Last sentence for this. The main setup includes percolation pits, recharge wells, percolation pits, recharge wells, bore wells, dug wells, DUG, sorry, bore wells, dug wells, etc. The main setup includes, it is right here, the last one, bore wells, dug wells, etc. Watershed is complete. What is the next heading? Percolation pits are those where these kind of pits are made and they cover it with the stone, because stones allow the water to seep through. And you might have seen now a hand pump के जगह पर ऐसा लंबा stretch दिया रहेगा और एक circle डाला रहेगा, जैसे इधर तो हमको नहीं दिखता है. What is the next heading for water conservation? What's it? नहीं रे, और भी है. 4 techniques है ना?
Water recycling and reuse.
Water recycling है. So I'm showing that videos because I can't explain that. And try to read it, whatever you've written. Recycling and reuse. Now, after writing how the evil elements are looking left, right, ye pass karna, wo pass karna, not even once I have seen this batch doing that. Likha hai, kya likha hai, what is the sir saying? That common sense gadedas are not here. All stupid, idiotic elements are coming here. I never use such abusive words in English. Once you have written, not even 1 minute any person has gone through. बस यही देखने का कि लिखा फेंक दिया और अपना काम है कि मुंह उठा के कुछ भी बकबक कर. There are many here. Wait. The marks comes for this geography. What I'll do, you see. History का तो nationalism हो गया ना. What is that? First war of independence हो गया. Out of? He got 14 out of 10. That's what. Hey, look here. They have said one of the videos, you understand what is this rain? One says the others do not open the mouth. One tight slap on the person who laughs at it. हाँ ठीक है, इसको बोला. बहुत बड़ा innocent है तू. तू मुंह बंद कर. Be quiet. तो बिल्कुल नहीं करो. It is a water recycling plant. Happy? तू आना इधर. फेविकोल से चिपका भी छोड़ा. I need it. I am working all through. These are the waste water pumping. तो तेरा मुंह बंद करो. So
they are not even saying it.
no problem. You go and add up the dubbing. Two types of people. अंदर ठीक है ठीक. So that means it looks graphically very small. Yeah, it's very costly. That shows the amount of concentration that you are doing. Music was very good. Look here.
Yes.
Previous video of our car wash connection video series on water recycling. We looked at the different methods.
Keep your mouth shut. Now you needed the audio now. Audio is here.
Let's look at making you better water technology.
This video is sponsored by Biotechnologies, manufacturers of biologic water restoration, water reclaim, rain harvest, odor control, and reverse osmosis systems. Visit aquabio.co to learn more.
There are many reasons to install a modern water recycling system. And your call. For many U.S. communities, fresh water supplies often fluctuate throughout the year. As a result, stringent municipal water regulations, as well as increasing water and sewer costs, offer enough reasons for car wash operators to consider the investment in the water recycling system. Where should you start? Fortunately, this video series sponsor offers some helpful tips. First thing to know is that all water recycling systems start with water in settling tanks, which separate out larger solids, oil, and grease, as well as other parts. Follows differentiates the various water recycling systems. The type of water recycling systems that is best for your car wash will depend on a number of factors. These factors include the size of your wash, the amount of water it typically uses, the amount of maintenance you're willing to do, finally, your car wash budget. After water passes through a settlement, there are different technologies and filtration methods car wash can employ. These methods include the use of cyclonic separators, bag filtration, the use of media filtration, and water restoration systems. Before selecting any system for your waste, you want to connect with a top water recycling system manufacturer, such as this video series sponsor, to find out what type of restoration system the right fit for you. The right decision can save you money and frustration. The wrong decision can be an expensive and unnecessary lesson learned. To wrap on this video, stay tuned. I'm Rich Capallo, and thank you for watching.
Visit aquabio.co.
I'm right. I because of this person I put in a video in Arjun. Water conservation to nahi sikha raha, aur kuch sikha. Let's carry on. Water recycling. Okay, chaliye. Let us give me that also. Write down in your notebook. Objectives we have done. Hey, did we do objectives of rainwater harvesting? Put that heading, objectives of rainwater harvesting. And let us write quickly, not so many points, only basic points we have to write. Point number 1 under the objectives of rainwater harvesting. To meet, point number 1, to meet objectives of RH. To meet the ever-increasing demand, of water, we can just say drinking water, ever-increasing demand of drinking water due to rapid urbanization process. Due to rapid urbanization process. Oh, you're looking at me, right? Next point. To avoid speedy runoff, to avoid the speedy runoff and flash floods. India में नहीं है, Singapore में ज़्यादा है. And flash floods. To avoid the speedy runoff and flash floods. Next. Flooding of roads, to avoid the flooding of roads, localities. To avoid flooding of roads, localities, and to avoid flooding of roads, localities, and low-lying areas. Low-lying areas. Flooding of roads, localities. Localities.
Said to avoid flooding of roads, localities.
Roads, localities, and low-lying areas. To avoid flooding of roads, localities, and low-lying areas. अपना point ही अलग लिखा.
Sir, आपने पहले वाला flooding of roads to avoid.
Sorry. To avoid flooding of roads, low-lying areas, localities B. That's the fun of my education. And localities. Done. So my handwritten section, not like this. Next point. I heard this Reliance school is starting early. No. What date they are starting? You're from there. Here, which school maximum? Where is it? Is in Kopakin.
Sir, oh.
Achha, that is.
First sector 5.
हाँ तो उसका opposite ही है ना? और वो जो road अंदर जाता है. And what is NHP? That is New Horizon Public School.
So it is in
ICSE board only. Yeah. Next point. Increase in the groundwater reserves. Increase in the groundwater reserves. Increase in the groundwater reserves. Hyphen increasing the thereby the water table, increasing the groundwater reserves, thereby THERE groundwater table. Next. Water table. Next. To reduce the underground water pollution. To reduce underground water pollution. To reduce the underground water pollution and enhancing, or you write improving, and improving the quality of groundwater. Quality of groundwater. GW, groundwater. Last point. To reduce the increasing, that will be better. Oh my God, he's going to sleep for the next 2 lectures. You are instrument, I know.
So yes.
So abhi se warm up chalu hai.
Fresh. So बहुत exhausting है.
To reduce the increasing, what did I say? Water, soil erosion. Soil erosion, to reduce the increasing soil erosion and supplement the domestic water supply, and to supplement the domestic water supply during non-rainy season.
Domestic
water supply during non-rainy season. This chapter looks as easy as any, but I want you to understand in a detailed manner. There are 2 terms they have used in your textbook. One is rainwater harvesting and other is rooftop rainwater harvesting. And then we will be starting irrigation. So I'm going to give that watershed, our point, 4 points. Watershed, water recycling, we have done prevention water from pollution. Water recycling next lecture. Hey, everyone is using this Morning Star book?
Yes.
Nobody. So you write one technical definition for RH and technical definition for rooftop. Okay. Because now I've seen the majority of the schools and even the board people, they want exact lines from your textbook. So you write rainwater harvesting. I've given it. Usme nahi, wo textbook itna khas nahi. So your school follows this one. That's okay. I teach in other batch in Sanpada, but they all use this one. What is that? SD. You know that. That's it. Branch
We have to mark this in the book.
I'm giving it. They told you. How? Which one? And they come to that one other academy. They told you that I'm coming for the fifth. When you have मेरे absence में सारा नहीं कुछ कब बोला तुमको? And तुमने क्या बोला फिर? ओह. अच्छा, ये कब हो रहा है? कौन था उसमें से एक मोटी से एक बड़ी लड़की है? कौन है नाम क्या है? एक मिनट रुको ना. And then they're all coming there.
Yes.
In fact, I told regarding your pen also that's also other. I didn't know your name. I'm teaching in an other academy where I teach ICSE geography. Luckily, this child is saying कि इसका सारा friends उस academy में आता है. Teaching academy. Tell no name. Then. Then. But at least good, na? You are odd girl out.
So maybe audio.
So it's lucky to share all information about me here, is it? Or what? क्या बोलते हैं? उन लोग क्या बोलते हैं?
You are good. They are also saying.
I don't teach anywhere except this. Yeah. हाँ. हाँ. अपने यूटी का ही बैच. ये ना थोड़ा ऊपर से खाली है. नाइन्थ में अच्छा था, बट अभी 10th आते ये दोनों evaporate हो गए. Hey, write down that. I'll give it better. These people are searching left, right. Write down. Hey, Shristi, which textbook are you using?
Morning Star.
And to write down the one. RH. RH is the process of increasing. RH is the process of increasing the recharge of groundwater. And this is wonderful lines, huh? Increasing the recharge of groundwater. वो underline कर लो, recharge. ये मैं explain भी करूँगा. By capturing and storing rainwater. By capturing and storing the rainwater locally in the subsurface water reservoirs. Locally in subsurface water reservoirs. तेरे पास तो है ना, देख के लिखना. ठीक है? Then go to the other definition. What does the other definition says? उसी का textbook है. हाँ. What is the other one? Heading. Irrigation. नहीं, rooftop rainwater collection. तो जितना इनोसेंट बोलता है ना, एक दिन में तुझे पता लड़की बैठी है, तेरा पतलून उतार के मारूंगा ना, तब मालूम पड़ेगा. हाँ, I saw it. तू खुश क्यों? तेरा लाइफ में बहुत दुखी आ रही आके के लिए. हाँ, rooftop rainwater. हाँ. Hey, write down the next one. Rooftop rainwater collection. I'm giving it. Write down. तो लिखना देख के. You got a Morning Star book? Write down. उसको देख के खुश था मैं. हाँ, वो तेरी वो है क्या? हाँ, तो करना भैया, वही करना. बहुत अच्छी बात. स्माइल करना बहुत अच्छी बात. Rooftop rainwater collection. Write down. Rooftop rainwater harvesting is the process of water harvesting. Rooftop rainwater harvesting is the process of water harvesting in which. यहाँ से अच्छा लाइन. वो तुझे मालूम था, मुंह खुल रहा था और पेन लिख रहा था. Water harvesting in which rainwater falling on a roof. Rainwater falling on a roof. Come here and give it a water bottle. Rainwater falling on a roof is diverted through. Good line. Drain pipes is diverted through drain pipes to the storage container. To the storage container. And next time onwards, please everyone bring your textbooks also along with you. I've already started in other batches teaching history with textbook. Because that's apna UT ka hi batches. That you have to put it in the, so that, what is that?
Sir, what you do geography is very good.
Thank you. I do history also. क्या बोलेंगे? आज मैंने देती नहीं.
वो तो दूर माता पता नहीं होता सब कुछ.
ठीक है.
वो भी अभी देख के चला लिया ना, तो 2 पेज 10 मिनट अंदर खत्म हो सकता है. हेडिंग पढ़ लेने के बाद बस एक स्टोरी लगा देने की आती. ये हुआ था.
But She tells it ना.
एक्सप्लेनेशन करके और जो इधर का कॉन्सेप्ट है बीच बीच में से बहुत सारा छूट जाता है फिर हम लोग जब पीछे से आंसर मार्क करते हैं ना तब पता था
Okay guys, the last part for today because these guys are facing for the struggle of the life. No. The lectures.
Everybody scored good marks.
Good. So all thanks to your medal, Neelam Deshmukh.
Sir, chapter was you taught.
Thank you. I am highly obliged, especially to my wonderful Bengali Babu Sahib. क्यों आप इधर आके क्यों Okay, last part for today. You write down the heading irrigation. We will do this need in the next lecture. Only we will do the meaning. Irrigation refers to the process of irrigation. Refers to the process of irrigation. Point नहीं ये meaning है उसका. Refers to the process of watering agricultural plants. Refers to the process of watering agricultural plants through artificial means. Watering the agricultural fields through artificial means. Underline artificial means. Hyphen wells, tanks, wells. Means hyphen wells, tanks, tube wells. I'll tell you. Canals, etc. Now write only the subheading, then I will only explain. You guys can relax and listen to me. Need for irrigation. Need for irrigation. And मुझे लगा मैं I'll put your head on. I was leaving my bike on. I'll put your head on the ground. Need for irrigation. भाई साहब इधर पत्नी भाग गई थे और किसी के साथ इतना मुंह उठा के बैठा है आजा इधर है अपन अन्ना पायलट ढूंढ ले अच्छी मिल जाए look at his शक्ल हाँ कब भागी रे रात में या दिन में अच्छा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ उसीलिए भाग गई नीड फॉर इरिगेशन उसका भाग गई ना तू क्यों हेल्प कर रहा है उसमें आई थिंक हाँ आई थिंक भगाने के पीछे इसका हाथ नीड फॉर इरिगेशन वो तो बेचारा हाँ तू तेरा मुंह बंद कर नीड फॉर इरिगेशन पॉइंट नंबर 1 नीड फॉर इरिगेशन पॉइंट नंबर 1 uncertainty of monsoon. Need for irrigation point number 1 uncertainty of monsoon. Actually uncertainty के साथ और एक वर्ड भी जोड़ दो uncertainty and irregularity of monsoon. Uncertainty and irregularity of monsoon. Second point तो लिखना uneven distribution of rainfall. Uneven distribution of rainfall. I'm writing short, huh? You don't write like this. Of rainfall. Next. Ever increasing crop requirement. Ever increasing crop requirement. Hyphen डाल के लिखना use of HYVP seeds. Use of HYVP seeds. Seeds के लिए कितना ही है? Seeds. Next. Let us make the life colorful, है ना? Nature of the soil. nature of the soil. Next, this is need for irrigation we are doing. Need for irrigation. Next, what is point number 5? It is थोड़ा सा उसको change कर देता हूँ ना. To increase overall agricultural production. To increase overall agricultural production. And उसमें जोड़ देता हूँ efficient utilization of water. अच्छा एक काम करेंगे उसको 6 पॉइंट बना देंगे. Efficient utilization of water. थोड़ा सा टेक्स्ट बुक के साथ छेड़छाड़ कर रहा हूँ. Efficient utilization of water. One thing I really appreciate the entire Koperkena batch. But even if I leave 1 point here and there, you are very particular. Nahi, pura batao, pura explain. And I'm very happy that you guys got good marks in the history. And all thanks to my teaching.
I got 18.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
And who else? 18, no one? Where is the? I might give you some chocolates for that. Good boy. So I have to
27.
20. Okay, why I'm saying because that's after being the initial chapters, and then you have done very good. Okay, so God bless you all. I'm still there. Let me explain the points. So when we use the word irrigation, one thing I will tell you. What is that? Pehले pack karo, ये सब अंदर डाल दो, and be relaxed. And next 15 minutes you should break ना मेरा lecture के बाद. उसके बाद ही तो मैम का लेक्चर ना 4 मिनट. So look here. हाँ तू तेरे लिए जान आ सकता आगे तो कुछ तेरा जान नहीं कर नहीं he is my good student since बेचारा bullet चला रहा है this one. Okay. Hey, look here. When I use the word irrigation, people tell me, sir, why do we need irrigation? Today, India is feeding, I think, Asian population. No. Did I say morning? European population. So what is irrigation? Artificial system of supplying water to agricultural fields. Through the network, he asked me what is tube well. I was explaining iron pipes are inserted deep into the ground and they pump the water up. So irrigation, if I tell you the most common method in India we use is dams. Everybody knows what are dams. Dams are nothing but we bund the river, make the huge wall and floodgates को बंद करते हैं. कभी आप लोग dam side जाएगा तो iron का gate रहेगा and ऊपर से वो electronic रहता है and it closes the water. Now, why I say that word irrigation is so important? Because India being an agriculturally important economy, today also we give importance to agriculture. Look at the first point, need. Uncertainty and irregular monsoon. What is uncertain? This monsoon season, 4 months ka rainfall, it can give it in 1 month. It will destroy the whole crops, correct? But if I have a dam, I will collect the rainwater inside the reservoir. You know what is a reservoir? If I show you a rough picture of a dam, it is something like this. If this is my flow of water through a river, I make a huge wall, correct? And this is that bunding. And this part of the dam is called as what? A reservoir. Are you understanding what I am saying? So that is the uncertainty of the monsoon, and it is not regular. What is regular? 1 whole month it will rain. Next 3 months no rain. 1 whole week it will rain. The next full week no rain. So for due to the such reason, we need what? Irrigation facilities. Is it okay? Next point. Uneven distribution of rainfall. What is uneven? Some parts receives very heavy, like Kerala, like Meghalaya, Mizoram, especially Mausin Ram. Have you heard about Mausin Ram? Then we say it is uneven, but also the time is also not fixed. Although it June to September, I have explained the southwest, but is it exactly starts in June? No. So that is why we need which facility? Irrigation. Next we say ever increasing for the crop. अभी हम लोग जब से ये HYVP seeds use करने लगा, that seeds requires more water. As compared to the traditional seeds, the modern seeds, they require more water, more fertilizer, and already अभी हम लोग ने water scarcity किया, है ना? For that I need what? Irrigation. Next I'm saying the nature of the soil. If you remember that chapter called soil, which soil is moisture retentive? Black soil. Other soils, since the soil quality is also becoming degraded, in order to add fertilizer or anything, we need watering more. That I require irrigation. Next I say overall agricultural production. No more our Indian farmer is targeting the local farmer or local village. He is targeting where? International market. I have that one 10th standard CBSE child. She is somewhat in Nashik or Nagpur, I don't know. They have the farms, they produce these grapes. I said, is it? So now the Maharashtra, now any farmer in India is targeting the international market. So now I need to increase which production? We say boom, agricultural boom. We have already had green revolution. Now we are having double or triple the production of what we have to do. In fact, अभी हमारे पास गोडाउन्स में wheat और rice रखने के लिए जगह नहीं. गवर्नमेंट बोलते हैं कि हम वेयरहाउस का खर्चा और ज्यादा बढ़ाना चाहिए. But अभी यूरोप जब से ये यूक्रेन और रशिया बिजी है ना, we are supplying them. At least good. हमारा पूरा निकल गया. Last and the most important, we say whatever water we are having, उसका best use करने का. कैसे? By putting it beyond the dams. Are you understanding? Beyond the reservoir. Is it okay? So please try to complete these notes using your textbook. If you are unable to do, please meet me on that whenever is the next lecture. I will complete it. Thank you and God bless you all. Take care of you. Thank you, Christy and Krishna. Krishna. Sorry.
मैडम प्लीज अनम्यूट कीजिए. Hello Shrishti, hello Kirtana.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're online today?
Yeah.
Okay. See, in the last period, if last class, if you remember, rather in the third lesson, we learned about, what did we learn about? Who did we learn about? In the first phase, what are they called? Dadabhai Nauroji, Surendranath Banerjee. See, there were two forms of Congress leaders. One, they were known as
नहीं मैंने नहीं किया होगा कौन किया पता नहीं मैं ब्लू पेन से किया नहीं इसलिए किया कौन किया जल्दी बोलो मैंने किया नहीं यहाँ पे पीछे गया फिर पीछे वापस आया तो देखा आगे साइन था
See, they were known as early nationalists. Okay, so in the third lesson we talked about early nationalists. What do you remember? What were their methods?
Letters, petitions.
Yes, I had asked you to remember 3 P's.
Petitions,
Prayers, petitions, and protests. So they believed in sending petitions because they never wanted complete freedom from the British government. What did they want? They wanted autonomy, more representation in the government, and they wanted to be independent autonomy, just like we talked about the Australia, the colonies in Canada had. So the British government will remain there, but we will have more representatives in the government. So they wanted autonomy and they wanted to retain the British government. They believed in 3 P's. I'm still revising what we did last time. It so happened they believed in prayers, petitions. Now we start with the 4th lesson, page number 44. Second phase of Indian national movement. As the years passed, there was change. Okay. A very important thing happened. Lord Curzon became the Viceroy, and he implemented many new policies. The first thing he proposed was Partition of Bengal. So Bengal was a very large province. If you remember, I told you there were no states as we understand today. There were provinces. So there was Bengal province, there was Bombay province, there was Madras province. So when we talk about Bombay province, we include part of Maharashtra, some part of Karnataka, some part of MP, parts of Gujarat and Sindh. So it was a huge province. Similarly, when we talk about Bengal province, Durvesh, either allowed to change your place. When we talk about Bengal province, it included modern state of Bengal, part of the entire Bangladesh, including Bangladesh, Orissa, Bihar, and Assam. Okay, so all these modern states made one Bengal province. Now this province was thickly populated. What was British? Where was our British capital? Calcutta. Very good. So the British capital in those days was in Calcutta. Now they decided that they will partition this Bengal because it's a very large province and it's a very populated province, and therefore Lord Curzon said that it is very difficult to administer this thickly populated large province. So he said, what reason did he give for partitioning? He said administrative convenience. The reason was for better governance or better administration. So he said for better administration. I hope you understand this. For better administration, they wished to partition the province of Bengal. How did they partition the province of Bengal? They decided to divide Bengal as Western province and Eastern province. So Western district had Bengal, okay, western part of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. Okay, that was the region. So Western Bengal, Bihar and Orissa was one district. And the other part included, this capital of this was Calcutta. There was another region that, okay, Chota Nagpur region is that today's, what do you call, if you know your map properly, then, no, where Uttarakhand? Next to Madhya Pradesh, you have Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh. Okay. The eastern part of Bengal. So it was eastern part of Bengal, and this had Assam. Sorry, eastern Bengal, eastern part of Bengal, and their capital was Dhaka. So they decided to divide the region in these two parts. Okay. Now, it so happened that here the Hindi-speaking population in Bihar was very large, and Oriya-speaking population was very large in this block. In Eastern Bengal and Assam, it so happened that the Bengali-speaking Hindu population was very, very low, and the Muslim population, sorry? No. It was called Bengal province. मगर Bengali लोग Bengali बात करते थे और Bengali नहीं थे, वो province को Bengal province बोलते थे. जैसे as I said, it was called Bombay province. अभी सिंध में कोई मराठी बोलता था नहीं, but the whole province was called Bengal province. Okay, the Britishers did not care whether you speak Marathi or you speak Gujarati. They divided the country as per their convenience. They did not think about what the culture of the people is, and therefore all that problem started because of that. Because see here, they exactly knew what the culture and the language of the people were. When they came here, if you understand them right from the beginning, when they came here in 1600, they came with a lot of thought. They came after a lot of study. So they exactly knew, but they wanted to divide us. What did they do here? They divided Bengal on the basis of language. Here, the Bengali Hindus were in minority. Here the Bengali speaking population was in minority. And in this region, the Bengali Hindus came in minority. The majority population was Muslim population. So therefore, they realized that the Bengal was divided on language and religion. What was the main agenda? See, the national movement was very, very strong in Bengal. The national movement was very strong in Bengal, Maharashtra and Punjab. These were the main, and even in Chennai, Madras that time. But, so it was very strong in Bengal, and they wanted to curb this national movement. They wanted to kill this national movement, and that was the reason they divided this. The Bengali Hindus were the ones who were more educated. They were the ones who had taking active part in national education. They were the ones who were taking active part in national freedom. And they decided to play the division card. He thought that if we divide the population, it will be easy to rule them. What was the impact? Any idea what happened? The partition, surprisingly, whatever Lord Curzon thought never happened. He thought he will divide the Bengal. One, on the basis of language, let's put them on in minority. The minute your Bengali population was in minority, the majority people will dominate. Your minute here the population is in minority, the other population will dominate. That was their calculation. But when they decided the division of Bengal, the Bengalis retaliated wholeheartedly. They refused to accept this division. They said, if you want to divide and if you think administrative convenience is the reason, then divide, separate Bengal from Bihar and Orissa. Because separate them on the basis of language, not on the basis of religion. Be it East Bengal or West Bengal, be it Hindu or Muslim, they were speaking same language and had more or less same culture. So they realized that here the government is trying to divide us on the basis of language and basis of religion, and they retaliated big time. That means the Congress took the initiative. They conducted different anti-partition movement. This started the anti-partition movement. He announced that in July 2005, sorry, not 2000, 1905. July 1905 announced the partition of Bengal. In August 1905, they started the anti-partition movement. Now, see, usually Congress experience was they had to call people. They had to call people to come and join the movement. But here, people were so upset that their whole district, province got divided that they came out on their own. They wholeheartedly joined the movement. What all happened? What was people's reaction? They organized meetings, they sent proposals against against or banning or cancelling partition. Of course, British government did not hear it. October 16th. On October 16th, 1905, the partition came into effect. That is, they never paid attention to whatever Indians were demanding. They went ahead, partitioned Bengal. This day was declared as a Black Day or Day of Mourning. The people came out, they started protesting on the roads, and they carried out morchas. Vande Mataram was sung. So, yes. Who wrote the song Vande Mataram?
No. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee.
That's right. So that's right. The song Vande Mataram became the, you can say.
No, actually, I was not the name.
Sorry?
I was knew the name, but I am near the.
Oh, really?
And and those very bad.
What did Rabindranath Tagore write then? So National Anthem Jana Gana Mana was written by Rabindranath Tagore. Vande Mataram, national song. Okay, so this became the national song then also, and people carried out demonstrations, crying out slogans like Vande Mataram. And Rabindranath Tagore during this time wrote this very popular song Amar Sonar Bangla, and so that song was also sung and became very, very popular during this time. Many, you need to remember both these songs and both these names. Both these songs and both these names.
But that Amar Sonar Bangla is the national song of Bangladesh. Yes, ma'am.
Anthem of
Bangladesh.
So it's okay.
I will play this song. Amar Sonar.
I'm tribute to Bangladesh.
Yes, ma'am.
That's Sorry?
I love Africa. Okay. Some genetics of African and some Bangladesh.
Okay. हो गया?
Yes.
Next. Many ceremonies, many programs were organized. They organized Raksha Bandhan and you know between Hindus and Muslims, just to show the unity. Just to show the unity that though you divided us on the basis of these two.
And kings used to do that.
Who?
Kings.
There were no kings.
No kings.
Where are you going with kings here? I'm talking about people. Now, 1 minute. This is an important pop-up. Lord Curzon, Partition of Bengal, anti-partition movement. Did not pay attention. The partition was brought into effect in October 1905. How did people react? That is also a very common question. People walked bare feet. They declared this day was declared as the day of mourning. So there's nothing to laugh in that. You know, to come out against government requires a lot of courage. When you can see police standing there with lathis and still you want to walk or demonstrate because for some cause, for freedom, for that cause requires courage. It is not common for common man like you and me to come out of the house with knowing that I might get beaten up. But people did come out and in large numbers. Yes, so that was a very, very unique thing about this anti-partition movement. Again, reaction. The Raksha Bandhan ceremonies were organized between Hindus and Muslims to show that they were together, they were one. Amar Shonar Bangla was sung by people. People carried out demonstrations. Vande Mataram was sung. This is the reaction you need to remember. What was the impact of this anti-partition movement? See, the Congress was doing the groundwork for a very long time. Now I'll have to separate each one of you.
I was holding my hands.
That's what I'm saying. I'll have to separate you everywhere.
Like this. Grab it and
the one thing happened. Till then, the national movement was very slow. National movement was very slow. This gave a great push to the national movement. Now people realize that we have to come out and act if we want our demands to be fulfilled. So the anti-partition movement actually gave confidence to the people, among the people, that now they must take part in the national freedom struggle and they must come out. So this nationalist movement helped in spreading the nationalist movement. The idea of Swadeshi and Boycott, the Swadeshi and Boycott, which was used as a weapon, was popularized mainly during this time because people were so angry. The Bengali population was so angry that they've been divided and they've been pushed in, they've made minority in every province, that they decided to wholeheartedly adopt Swadeshi and Boycott movement. So Swadeshi and Boycott movement became very, very popular during this time. Many shops selling foreign goods were picketed and there was a bonfire of foreign goods was organized. So Swadeshi and Boycott movement wholeheartedly adopted by people in Bengal during this movement. One thing, people lost faith in the British government. They realized that now We have to take strong actions. Just educated ones and the non-educated ones. Those who could think, realize that there is no point in believing that, okay, there will be something good coming out from here. They are here to gain profits, and they will only and only if they move out, or if we get freedom, we can, things can change. Now it so happened that there were early nationalists in Congress, and there was born a new group, and they were known as assertive nationalists. You understood Partition of Bengal so far? You understood Partition of Bengal so far? Who brought about Partition of Bengal? Very good. In the year 1905. Yes. 1 minute. Which two songs became popular? Yes. How did people react to the partition movement? They walked barefoot. That's it. Then what did they do? They protested. They carried out demonstrations. Okay, morcha demonstrations. Yes. And Raksha Bandhan. Yes. Swadeshi and Boycott became popular.
But it is an impact now.
You can add that in reaction. But those three things are Hartal, demonstrations, Raksha Bandhan is people's reaction. Yes. What did you want to ask?
So the people were even more united after the
division of Bengal. Exactly. After this division of Bengal, people actually became more united and they came out together, saying that we cannot let Britishers divide us. So it had exactly the opposite impact than what was expected. Of course, Partition of Bengal. See, this movement did have its impact. And in 1911, the Partition of Bengal was annulled, was reversed. Like, they cancelled the partition, and the province of Bengal was divided into Bengal, one unit, and Bihar separate and Orissa separate. So Bengal was united finally. And the Britishers shifted. In 1911, Britishers shifted their capital from Kolkata to New Delhi. Not New Delhi, to Delhi. New Delhi is the latest one.
Why?
Because why? First of all, by then they had managed to capture the whole of India, and they thought that Delhi would be the central place to manage.
But it is in the interior now.
Delhi? No, it is not in the interior.
And Kolkata is close to the coastal, so they could communicate with this.
No, they had their British colonies. See, Kolkata was their first region. Bengal was the first region which they had occupied in India. So since then they had their base there. But later on they shifted it in Delhi, because Delhi has always been the center of India. It's in the center of India, more or less. And therefore they decided, and also because the national movement was becoming very, very strong in Bengal. So they thought that, see, your textbook doesn't talk about many other movements. There were these revolutionaries who were so very impacted by the French Revolution. So there were many parallel movements. We actually do very injustice to the revolutionary movement in India. So that was also going on. So probably they did not feel safe to be in Bengal. So they shifted to Delhi. Then
what is the meaning of this?
Picketed. The shops were picketed means the shops were looted. The shops selling foreign goods were looted, and they also set a bonfire. Now the Congress never wanted that. Stop irritating him. Is he irritating you? No. Then fine.
Now we are very different.
Now.
Concentration.
Now, the Congress had it so happened that there were these nationalists. These were the senior members, Dadabhai Nauroji, Surendranath Banerjee, and Gopal Krishna Gokhale. They were all senior members. Now, in Congress itself, there was this young group of people, and these young members, they did not agree with their method. They did not agree with the methods that the senior members were using, the petition and the requests, because they had seen that in spite of petition requests, the government went ahead and carried out the partition. So during partition, all this anti-partition movement was actually carried out by the young wing of the youngsters in Congress. And these youngsters, they wanted strong actions. They said petitions are not going to work, requests are not going to work, because Partition of Bengal was the live example. These were these young and angry youths, and they wanted complete independence. They said Swaraj should be our motto, should be our demand. Self-independence, not autonomy, just autonomy. Self-independence. Swaraj should be the motto, demand, and we must take strong actions like national boycott, Swadeshi, and national education. This group is known as assertive nationalists, because they wanted strong actions, they wanted strong demands. So this group was known as assertive nationalists. Why? Because they had a different outlook and they advocated active resistance. Like, actively let's come out and demonstrate against the Britishers. Are you read that part later? No, you first listen. You're trying to search. Yes, I can see that. That is on page 47. So therefore, you listen and then go on. When we mark the answers, then you will be able to read where it is. Okay. They are known as assertive nationalists. Why? Because they wanted active resistance. What do you understand by active resistance? Active resistance. They are called assertive because they believed in active resistance. What is active resistance? Kirtana, any idea? Are you there? Hello, Kirtana. Shrishti?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Is it Kirtana or Shrishti? Kirtana, any idea what is active resistance?
That was that.
Kirtana or Shrishti?
Miss, not being very accepting.
Not being very?
Accepting.
Not being very accepting of what? Okay, what do you understand by active resistance?
I mean, actively opposing it by doing
Exactly, something. That's right.
the active sending paper.
Yes, exactly. See, the early nationalism, they were very, very passive. They didn't want to take any risk. Requests, papers. So they only passed petitions, requests, and papers. They said these requests and papers have not got us anything. Now let's do something. And that is what they did during anti-partition movement. They carried out demonstrations, opposed government's decision openly, asked people to use Swadeshi, asked people to boycott foreign goods. They organized the bonfire of foreign goods. See, the British government was here to earn money. They were making money by selling foreign goods, the goods that were made in their country. So therefore, this was an economic loss for them. And the minute they had economic loss, it will hurt them. So therefore, they said they believed in active resistance. The early nationalists did not believe in active resistance. So there was born a new group in Congress, assertive nationalists. Who were their leaders? Young group. Who were this young angry men then? Lal Bal. Yes. The trio was known as Lal Bal Pal. Lala Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and Bipin Chandra Pal. So they were together known as Lal Bal Pal, and they took the leadership. Lala Lajpat Rai. So all these three carried out. They were they believed in active resistance, and they carried out this active resistance in their own region. Now, you need to remember the names also. Okay? Lala Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and Bipin Chandra Pal. Now, by now you know what happened, like what had happened that gave birth to them. What had happened that the young nationalists were so against the methods of the early nationalists. Why do you think they were so against the methods of early nationalists? Why was this young group, or Lal Bal Pal for that matter, Lala Lajpat Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, so against the early nationalists? What had happened? Fighting among them, but why? Why did they not believe in the methods of early nationalists? Because they did not work. There was no outcome. The British weren't pressured. The British weren't pressured by it. Exactly. In most of the time, they realized that the British actually did not care about these petitions. Most of the time, they thought that these petitions were not even read and were thrown in the dustbin, probably. Because they realized that they kept demanding, the Indians kept demanding that we want more autonomy, we want more people in the administration. But these young people saw that the number of people in the administration actually went down. They wanted more people in the administration, but in that period from 1892 to 1905, they kept demanding, asking for more representation, but in reality, the number actually went down. Instead of giving more rights, they realized that the Britishers are actually curbing the rights of Indians. There were so many new laws that were passing, that Vernacular Press Act, if you remember. And so there were many such laws which actually curbed, restricted their rights. So they realized, what is the point of giving petitions and requests when the British government is just not paying attention? And they realized that it has a lot of limitation. It's a complete failure. This method is not working with Britishers. They also realized that in this period till 1905, the economic conditions, we kept talking. They kept publishing, Dadabhai Naoroji published papers how Britishers are exploiting and what they should do for the farmers and people. We saw that the economic condition was still going down. The economic condition was still worsening. I think we talked about it last time also. From 1896 to 1900, in 4 years, India witnessed bad famines continuously, especially the Bengal province and the central province experienced very, very bad very bad famine. no rains, crops fell, more than 90 lakh people died. More than 90 lakh people died in a span of 4 years. It's a huge number. No, 90 lakh people did not die. 9 million.
No, it means 9 million.
Yes, that's what he said.
Oh, 9 million.
More than 9 million.
9 million.
Almost. So 90 lakh registered. 90 lakh registered. There will be so many people which will be unregistered. And why did they die? See, when we talk about corona, it's pandemic. It's not government's fault. It's just spread. It's a virus spread. Spread of virus. These people died because of hunger, starvation. Imagine population dying, and it's not that a person is hungry today and he'll die next day. For a person to die of hunger, there has to be a long period, and you can make efforts to make them survive, to give them food. Not that British government did not have money, not that we did not have surplus grain, but all our grain would first go to London, would go to Britain to feed the population there, so that the prices there are very low. And therefore, the British government did nothing. See, you need to understand the severity of this. Because we don't talk about it. We talk so much about Holocaust. Even when we hear about it is sad. It is sad how the Jews were killed during Hitler's time. The number is still less than that. We blame Hitler, we criticize him all over the world. Means, of course, he should be. I'm not supporting what he did. What I'm saying is this number is far more than that. Here, people died of hunger, but nobody blamed British government. British government did not do anything for these people. In fact, when they were dying, the British government organized a Silver Jubilee function of Queen Victoria and spent lakhs and lakhs of rupees on the celebrations.
That Delhi Darbar.
And that Delhi Darbar. Yes. So they spent lakhs of rupees in the celebration when the 90 lakh Indians were dying of hunger and starvation because of famine. And the grain was not given to them. The grain was not given to them. The grain was supplied to England. Not that they had shortage, but they wanted to keep the prices low. If the supply is more, the prices will remain low. And the Indians realized that our plight is very bad, and it will remain bad if we don't give active resistance. The petitions will not help, requests will not help. They don't care about us. They are only here to make money. And there were many nationalists. They now realize that we need to act against this. So they started the schools. They started the national education schools that started giving the national education. Till then, the schools were run by the British government. They taught British history, how Britishers are great. And most of the times, they criticize the Indian culture and Indian history. So now many Indians, nationalists, especially assertive nationalists, started schools which will give national education. They taught the same subjects, maths, science, languages. But history especially, they started teaching the national history. What was the reason?
Awareness.
To spread awareness about their independence and to
make them educate for their independence.
educate them, to make people feel more confident. The reason was to make people more confident about what? About their own nationalism. You know what? In the span of from the time Britishers occupied India, very systematically from school age, they had imbibed in the minds of the people from children, right from children, childhood, that the Britishers are superior. You cannot defeat Britishers. British culture is great. British history is superb. And Indians are very low people. They criticize the religion. They criticize the practices in India. They criticize everything that the Indians do. And therefore, see, when it is done very systematically, you don't realize, but they practically raised a population which thought very low about themselves. They thought that they don't have, is this a pen from here?
Yes.
So people like Aurobindo Ghosh, they started these schools and started giving national education to boost people's confidence that we are equally good. Our culture is equally good. There are no great people. We are equally great. Vivekananda. All these people, they did not actually went out and fought, but they helped the Indians gain confidence that they are good enough to fight with the British. That was a very important thing. There were many international events that took place during this time, which again gave confidence to these early Indians that they can fight against the Britishers. One was, this is a very important point because this question is also asked many times. An Asian country, Japan, defeated Russia. Yeah.
Yes, sir, I
You know what? 1 minute. तुम्हारा फर्स्ट ब्रेक कब होगा?
मैम ये बॉटल लेके आ जाएगा, आपका बॉटल लेके आ
These compulsory.
Stay on.
Nothing. Okay. Pay attention. Which international events boosted the morale? This was the time. Few things happened. One, Japan defeated Russia. And then more than that. So this war is also known as the war between giant and a dwarf. And an Asian country. See the hello, pay attention. बाद में पूछना, मुझे पूछना. I don't know, you might not have studied this, but Russia looked down on Japan. We thought that, see, if you see Russia,
Yes, ma'am, they're banning a lot.
the Russia, if you see Russia, the other end of Russia is closer to Japan. The eastern end of Russia is closer to Japan. It wanted to extend in Japan.
go there.
Thank you, ma'am.
अरे बच्चा किधर गया? अरे किधर गया? अमेरिका किधर गया? अरे अमेरिका बरकान ने बोला था.
How did Japan and Russia fight?
That's what I was going on.
Because they are like samurai and swords or like straight up.
I'm very racist, man. Very racist.
Japan में वही होता है.
Guns and nuclear bombs.
तभी bomb नहीं था उसमें.
Okay, now will you listen?
I'm very racist, man.
No, they said that they don't. That's what, but I could hear, but they thought we are doing it. So they think that there's some work going on maybe, and maybe because of.
Man, we can feel that.
Okay. You know what? I was about to say the story, and you're not paying attention. You keep on asking the same questions again. The other end of Russia comes closer to Japan. The Europeans always underestimated the Asians. They always thought that Asian countries, because most of the European countries had come to Asia and had occupied many regions. Okay, so it so happened that Japan is the only Asian country who realized that if we don't modernize ourselves, we will be occupied like the other nations. The Europeans could never occupy Japan. The Britishers and other Europeans came there as traders, like they came to India and China. They gave them very small area to trade. They will stop only at the ports and they will trade. The minute they entered in the interior part and tried to spread religion, because always the trading ships had missionaries with them. They packed everyone and asked everyone to move out and banned every European to enter Japan. Then, I'm telling you the story of Japan. And they realized that if we don't act fast, we will be occupied like the way India is occupied, China has been occupied. India had only one occupant, Britain, and Portugal in a small area. China's condition was bad. There was open door policy. That means anybody can come inside and rule whichever and trade in whichever part they want. Because the Europeans realized that if we keep fighting among ourselves, we all will suffer. So let's all loot China. What Japan did? Japan changed their entire. Yes. नहीं वहां से हो रहा था क्योंकि अभी शांत हो गया.
शांत बच्चे उधर बैठे.
So Japan changed the entire social system. They had this like us only, the dominant. The women did not have any role to play. The Western education was not there. They implemented Western education. They changed their entire social system and started modernizing. And they themselves became a trading country. They started trading with other countries, and they progressed. It was the only country which Europeans did not occupy. Later on, only with America, when the American ships came, they said, we want to have friendship with you. But they came with some 10 ships, warships. And they said, let's have friendship. Then they said, okay, fine, we allow you to trade and have trade, some ports. But they did not allow others because they themselves had they learned what the Europeans were doing very quickly. Introduced Western education, learned their way of trading, and they themselves became a trading country. And so Japan was the only nation. So samurais and all were old fashioned. They developed very fast. And they developed along with the Europeans. They studied the Europeans, they implemented their methodologies. And Japan started now trading with these countries and occupying other areas in Asia itself. When Russia underestimated Japan. Russia was only big in size, did not have a strong economy. Russia was weak, but they were very, very arrogant Asian country with defeat. The whole world was watching this war, and the Japanese defeated Russians bitterly, badly. The Russians lost this war badly. They had to lose and run away. They did not have weapons to fight.
Japan.
It's okay. Japan. Doesn't matter. But why swords are guns? The Russians had come. Russians did not have good weapons. They did not have good weapons with them. There was shortage of weapons. There was shortage of manpower. Russia only had big location. But the economy was bad. If you don't have money, you can't fight wars. Wars need money. So don't compare Russia, today's Russia. Even today's Russia economy is not as strong as it was.
It has the most nuclear bombs.
Yes, ma'am.
That is today. But then who will see? Now let's come back to past. So Japan managed to defeat Russia. If any Asian country like Japan, if a small Asian country like Japan can defeat, the Indians felt we too can defeat Britishers. So this incident boosted the morale of the whole of Asia. If a small country like this can do, even we can do. There was Italian forces. One minute. Let me finish this point. Italian forces were defeated in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is another African country which the Britishers or Europeans could not occupy. Here the Italians were defeated badly. The Irish people were fighting. A home rule movement was actually born in Ireland. They were fighting against the Britishers. So all these, and they managed to defeat the Britishers. All these incidences, international incidences, made Indians believe that if they can do, we can do. Okay, now you ask your doubt.
You told Japan developed very fast. Fitness hello. 3-4 सालों में जितना निकल
3-4 सालों में कोई डेवलप नहीं होता है. In a span of, for a nation, when you so fast, in a span of 50-60 years, yes. For a nation, 3-4 years are not taken into consideration. It's always a span of 50 years, 60 years.
And that's why Japan still has its irrigation.
Yes, because they were, yes. So they managed, they were so proud of their culture, they did not want any foreigners to interfere. So they did not let anyone enter. Sorry? See, that is much later. That attack was done, it was an aerial attack. It was intention because even after Germany, the war was kept on going and America was losing more or less, or they were suffering a lot. There was a lot of money had already drained in the Second World War. 5 years, see, you have a live war in front of you, Russia and Ukraine. Imagine cities getting destroyed like that, and imagine you being one of present there. So huge loss. When we talk about wars cause tremendous loss. So somehow they wanted to control Japan. Japan was the only last country that kept on fighting in the Second World War. And it was not ready to give up.
And they won. Japan won, the Allies won.
Yes, but Japan was on the Germany side. And America.
So who was against the Allies?
Allies were allied.
Who was against them?
Germany. Second World War, Germany.
And they have a specific name.
Axis.
The Axis and the Axis.
Okay. So there were many sides. There are 2-3 more points. What made the nationalists believe that a certain nationalists believe? One was education was spreading. They were reading about new ideas. But these educated Indians were not getting better jobs. They were getting all low-paid jobs, and that was. And see, if you are in an office, if you are in a government office, you will only get a lower clerk job. However educated you are, all the high post jobs were given to the British office. So dumb British I can take. Yes. And the thing is, the higher salaries were paid to them. So a lot of money was draining in the hands of Britishers, paying the salaries. There was a large British army in India and we were maintaining it. So the educated Indians were getting frustrated. They realized that if we don't act, if these Britishers don't go, there is no future for us to develop. Everybody wants to develop. But the Indians helped. See, when we talk about British Army, we were talking about First World War, Second World War. Then the Britishers fought in the First World War, Second World War. When we talk about British Army, which fought in the First and Second World War or anywhere, wherever the wars were going on, a large number of people in British Army were Indians. So Indians helped Britishers go to different places and win wars. But these Indians were given very bad treatment in the foreign countries. Like for example, in South Africa, India helped British in South Africa in establishing the rule. But they had to face, I hope you know the word apartheid. Yes. They had to face racism big time in South Africa. Or even in Fiji. The Britishers established, there's a large number of Indians in Fiji Island. But even there, they are not treated equally. Yes.
In this text, it is written 45 lakhs. Here is written 90 lakhs.
More than that.
It is written nearly 45, means near to it. Yeah.
It's more than 90 lakhs. I will listen to
textbook.
No, some of my facts are right. Somewhere the numbers are in there. Okay. And finally, the repressive policies of Lord Curzon. They realize that if they don't fight, if they don't give active resistance, Lord Curzon and the Britishers will destroy India, will curb Indians. They'll curb their freedom and they will use Indians just as laborers and low workers. And there will be no future for Indians. And they had this strong view that we must fight. So now in Congress, there was this young group which wanted to have active resistance. And there was this senior group which did not believe in that at all. They believe that Britishers are invincible. If we fight against them, they will destroy us. We can never win against them. And so in Congress, there started fights. These young Indians, the assertive nationalists, let me finish the narrative. These assertive nationalists, they said we must have Swadeshi and national movement, Swadeshi and boycott movement, we must spread all over India. The nationalist people thought, no, we should keep it only restricted to Bengal. Let only be this actively participate, let them have this only in Bengal and not nationwide. These young Indians felt that let's spread it nationwide and let there be a mass movement all over India. Let's not keep it only for Bengal. The early nationalists were not ready for mass movement. The differences were so strong that there was a split in Congress. The Congress were divided into two. So these assertive nationalists for a long time walked out of Congress. So Congress split into two groups. One was early nationalist Congress and the other group was assertive nationalists. Earlier they were called moderates and extremists. So now there was a split in a Surat. It is called Surat Split. That in Surat, when there was in place Surat, they had a conference in Surat, and that time there were arguments, and they could not get along on many points, and they decided to walk out. And so the young nationalists walked out. It did have a little adverse impact on the national movement. The early nationalists dominated Congress, and the government, the British government, did use this Surat Split to their benefit. What they started doing, they gave more concessions to early nationalists and repressed punishments for the assertive nationalists. So they played these two people also. They gave few concessions. They made, okay, you want these demands, fine, I'll give you these demands. And early nationalists, all these assertive nationalists, just for writing an article in the newspaper, he was charged against sedition, that you are writing bad things about the government, and he was sent for imprisonment, 7 years imprisonment in Mandalay, Burma. He was rigorous imprisonment. Then Lala Lajpat Rai was also deported to Burma, Myanmar, today's Myanmar. They were sent so far away from India. दिखने भी नहीं चाहिए 7 साल ये लोगों को. And for what? For writing articles and for printing papers. Even Bipin Chandra Pal. So all of these, most of these assertive nationalists were repressed and punished by the British government. Okay, I'll stop here. We'll mark some of the answers. You have 10 more minutes, no? अरे क्या हो रहा है? Why don't you sit last night? First question. Why is October 16, 1905 regarded as an important date in the history of Indian national movement? Page 44. Why is page 45? Why is it an important day?
Lord Curzon announced it.
Yes, Lord Curzon. The partition of Bengal came into effect. The partition of Bengal came into effect. This is page 45 in my book. Okay, 44. You can write this point. October 1905. October 1905, partition of Bengal. Important October. Yes, 16th October 1905.
July 20.
No. See, I told you, July 1905 announced. Then anti-partition. And October, it came into effect. July, August, and October. Who composed Vande Mataram? Bankim Chandra Chatterjee.
Ma'am, but here it is not mentioned here.
It is not mentioned that the question is asked. Should I write the spelling?
Not
This is J, J. Untitled Chapter, G. Shrishti, are you marking the answers? Do you have the same? I hope you have the same textbook.
Yes, miss.
And what is the answer of the first one?
What first one?
What is October?
Why is it regarded as an important day in history? Because that is the day when the partition came into effect. The partition came into effect. And the leaders protested. And it was declared as a national mourning throughout the world. State the reaction of the masses to the proclamation of the Partition of Bengal. Reaction is again on page, in my textbook, page 47. Question number 2, there's another part to it.
Which page?
My textbook is 45, probably yours is 44.
45.
There's this people's reaction paragraph. So you can, in the first line, you can say people walk barefooted and bathe in Ganga in the early morning hours. What's the line? First point, third last line. Before that, there is the leaders of the protest movement declared October 16 as national mourning throughout Bengal. Got that point? Usi paragraph. First. After that, second point. Streets of Kolkata were full of cries of Vande Mataram. Then they pronounce go as go. Then Rabindranath Tagore composed a March Sonar Bangla, and it was sung by huge crowds parading the street. The ceremony of Raksha Bandhan was celebrated between or by, you can write, Hindus and Muslims.
How they will celebrate in a new way?
Yeah, that is not brother and sister. It's like they tie Rakis each other, saying we are brothers. What is it written? With yellow thread.
I'm so complicated.
You don't have to write like that. You can just write. Yes. Yes. Got people's reaction?
Yes.
Next. Name any two prominent leaders of anti-partition agitation of Bengal. Two prominent leaders. No, don't write Lal Pal. On page 45 only, let us see on left hand side.
On page?
Page 45. Surendranath Banerjee. Bipin Chandra Pal. BC Pal is Bipin Chandra Pal. So, Lala Lajpat Rai. Remember Lal Pal and remember these names also.
But they are not prominent. See, it is specified. 3 prominent leaders of this group were here it is written prominent leaders. Now it is of Bengal.
Name any two prominent leaders of anti-partition of Bengal. Here, write Surendranath Banerjee, Bipin Chandra Pal. Got it?
Yes.
BC Pal is Bipin Chandra Pal. Hello, Ameya, why don't you write down the word points at least in the notebook? Name the song composed by Rabindranath Tagore during anti-partition agitation. Amar Sonar Bangla.
बकवास कर रहा है मैम बकवास बोल रहा है
You know what? You actually irritate me. There is a limit for jokes also.
मैम मैं शौक में मूड मार्किंग आ गई मैम रेसिज्म की हर बार मैम रेसिज्म की हर बार रेसिज्म की सर हमारे देते थे कल में अलग बैठो
See, first of all, it can't be managed because we all belong to same race.
वही ना मैम वही पॉइंट है दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है इसका तू सीरियस है कभी नहीं कर सकता तू नहीं हो सकता कभी कभी खुद की देखिए इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ उस लोग बैठे हैं ऐसा हुआ मैम रुक ही नहीं रहा है इसलिए मैं आगे
तो दो तीन आंसर्स ना मैं मार्क करवा रही हूँ ना जाओ you're busy talking there come here Soham and I don't want anybody teasing him anything name next who are the assertive nationalists why were they called so page 47 in my text children so there is a special paragraph on assertive nationalists Shrishti I hope you're marking page 47 question number 4 who were assertive nationalists a young group, the second line, a young group of leaders within the Congress who did not agree with the methods and ideology of the early nationalist leaders. Then they were called assertive nationalists. Then you write they stood for complete Swaraj. And they also wanted a mass base for their movement. They were called assertive leaders. The next question is, why were they so called? Because they were so called. What's that line? They were so called because they had a different outlook that advocated active resistance to British imperialism. Mila kya?
Yes.
So, learn this answer. Yes. It's not. Cut it in short. Younger group of leaders who did not agree with the method and ideology of early nationalist leaders are known as assertive nationalists. Why? Because they believe in law. Learn the answer, then I'll tell you.
So that way we will be
You can, Durvesh, just tell them, and just mark, they believed in Swaraj and mass movement. Don't write, remember those long sentences. Remember those keywords. तुम्हारा क्या चल रहा है? Then write that answer. Who were known as early nationalists? Who were known as early nationalists? No, what answer?
in this chapter.
No. Assertive nationalism.
And what known as
What let it be?
हमारे टेक्स्ट में सूरत स्प्लिट के बाद ही
Only nationalists.
the headings are not highlighted, that's what it is.
हो गया?
In the Congress did not agree with the ideology of the early nationalists. They stood for the complete Swaraj. They believed in the mass-based movement. This group of young leaders came to be known as assertive nationalists.
Yes. And
what they were so called because their views were different on the British imperialism and they led an active resistance.
they believed in active resistance. They believed in active resistance. Who were early nationalists? Done? Dulvesh, who are known as assertive nationalists?
and the names, no?
No. Answer.
A young group of people who did not agree with the ideology and method and ideology of
Young
actually
group.
I'm not prepared.
So remember, young group did not agree with ideology and method of early nationalists.
Yes.
They wanted complete Swaraj
And supported mass movement.
yes.
And they were also called assertive nationalists. And they were called so because they had different outlooks. And
What did they believe in?
they believed in complete Swaraj.
Active resistance. They believed in active resistance. Okay. अरे तो चुप बैठना I told you, no, you're not going to turn behind and talk to us. Srishti, have you learned this answer?
What is?
It so happens that almost everyone in my house has same ringtones. scary, you know, when some people taking a class and sleeping. So it's 8 o'clock.
No, ma'am. When the phone came at 12 o'clock.
Next question. Name 3 prominent assertive nationalist leaders. ये तो आना ही चाहिए. लाल बहादुर Okay. क्या डाउट है? Go there. I want him here. तो वो खोलेगा ना नहीं उसको आगे नहीं you don't have to comment on everything that he does. I want you all to write the names in the notebook if you have a notebook. If not, then write in the textbook, but write the names. 1 minute for your information. I'm doing question number 5. The question is name 3 prominent assertive nationalist leaders. ये लाल बाल कहाँ याद रखोगे? बस write the whole name. I'm writing here Lala Lajpat Rai. Shrishti, we are doing question number 5. Write this down. Bar Gangadhar Tirak and Bipin Chandrapal. Ameya, write it in your notebook. यहाँ पे आंसर लिखो चाहिए बंकिम चंद्र चैटर्जी अरे मैं बराबर बोला India team naam did you write? Question number 5, the second part. What was the aim of the assertive nationalists as far as national movement was concerned?
We are not yet discussed.
What was the aim of nationalists, assertive nationalists? Page 49. We have not discussed that. What was their aim? Their aim was immediate attainment of Swaraj. Their second aim was to get larger share in the administration of their country and to end economic exploitation of India. So for this, your answer is on page 49. Main objectives of assertive nationalism. वो paragraph खुला? Okay. उसमें, you see the first line. The main objective of assertive nationalists was the immediate attainment of Swaraj. Mila? Page 49 नीचे. First point मिला, immediate attainment of Swaraj. You have a notebook. उसमें ये question number 5 लिखना. It is one important question. Names, and I'll give you the objectives. कोई नोटबुक होगी ना? कोई नोटबुक है ना? So you've written 3 names, assertive nationalists, 3 names. Now just write objectives. First, immediate attainment of Swaraj. Objectives. Yes. 1. Okay. I'll just write it down and keep it. You'll mark this answer in the textbook and you'll write also these points, okay?
Yes, ma'am. चल मार्केट बंद करके बोल रहा पूरा कुछ डालेंगे यार Important बात कर रहा हूँ मैं अभी भाई जो टाइम नहीं है अगर इधर से कोई नहीं करता अगर क्या कोई नहीं करता हाँ जरा मैं देखो लाना है देवे लाना बच्चे ना देवे एक उभरे थे तेज तेरा था ये बोल रहे हैं ये प्रोफाइल में तो क्या सेट करता है प्रोफाइल में देखिए पिक्चर निकालने के लिए किस सेट का बताना इधर यहाँ से इधर दबा दिया आगे हाँ भाई इतना ही था पागल सबसे बेस्ट फोटो डाला अपने पास रखिए मेरे पास मेरा सेल्फी वाला है ये केला ले भाई मैंने इसका जूम के देखो कहां पहचान नहीं पा रहा था
ऐसा लगा क्यों कर रहा है? काम नहीं कर रहे ऑनलाइन शेम ऑन ये वाला ये वाला एक पागल छातू ऐसा सफेद नहीं बन रहा है ऐड करना मजा भाई इधर ऐड कर गेमिंग खेलता भाई अरे रोज 700 का प्लस करता हूं मैं चाहिए 700 का देख भाई मास्टर लग गया मेरा 10,000 होने वाला है 700 का प्लस बोल रहा हूं नहीं ऐसा नहीं है क्या 5 बजे चालू होगा आगे ठीक था गाली बजा अरे तेरे करते ना भाई मैं इसीलिए मुझे लगा मैं तो आगे ना हम पीछे बैठे बहुत नहीं देता अरे यहां बात आया जैसा एकदम हॉट बन रहा आगे बैठा है कुछ कैसा लग रहा है अभी जब ये बात बेटा ठंडी का रास्ता पे नाम रखा है तो अच्छा है अरे क्या भूल जाऊंगा कि कौन है भाई रैंडम अच्छा बना सूता किधर से तेरे को बस मुझे ऐसे दिमाग में ऐसे ही बहुत बढ़िया क्या है भाई तो जन्म एक का पड़ रहा है तुम्ही को दिखा भाई तुम्ही को वाला सी ग्लिम्स क्या बात है क्या बात है मेरे पास सी ग्लिम्स लिखा है इतना घटिया नाम I like क्या I like it okay you like that ये बोलना है यार ऑल करके कोई बोल रही है सबसे क्या वाला लेते हैं कैसे कर रहा था मारूंगा मैं क्या डालेगा ये क्या बोला वायरल कर देगा तेरे को ऐसा फिल्टर लगाया ना भाई मैं बहुत गंदा मारेगा आ जाओ कब करने को क्या होता है अरे तू अगर रहने में फोटो चाहिए मेरे पास एक बहुत सही फिल्टर है इसको रोस्ट करने के लिए बहुत सही नहीं कर रहा है कितने देगा कितना तो कितने देगा चेक कर लो इधर देगा साले इधर देगा मेरा भी था मैं पे डिलीट कर दिया इधर देख रहा अरे मोटा मेरे पास कितने का नाम अरे रुक जा चैन को तुम करके देखते हो सारे तेरी माँ अगर थोड़ा सा इंसान ना तोड़ के खाएगा मुंह में नहीं डालेगा तोड़ के खाएगा मजा कर लो तू मेरा मैं किया आ गया यार अरे यार बोले के बैठ लो मेरे को अंकल यही कर रहा था ये मैं नहीं कर रहा था यही कर रहा था अरे रुकना ये बच्चा कर रहा था वो कर रहा था ये बच्चा कर रहा था यही है वो करती अंकल राइट जल्दी बाहर आ जाए तो टाइम से बताऊंगा बुलाओ यार इसको नहीं बाहर बोला हां बुला दो तू क्या छट्टी हो गई इसको बुलाओ क्या नाम है गलत तंबाकू खा रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है बहुत ज्यादा फोटो एक तो ब्लैक मेरे करने का फोटो अभी बात इज्जत पे लगी है सीरियस अच्छा है सीरियस अरे देख मैं इतना अच्छे से सीरियस कौन है भाई कौन है मजदूर ऊपर अपना कोई फोटो लगा दे अपना नाम चेंज कर भाई मेरे को नहीं पता चलेगा किससे बात कर रहा हूं अब उन लोग खुद कौन है कोई आपके राइट सारे और के हैं मैंने सारे है रियल
अरे यार एक फोटो निकालने देना बहुत गंदा भाई
अभी मेरे को चल रहा है इसकी मान ओके चल यार भूलिया अबे बोलने सारे बोलने दे दे बोलने
उसका फोन तोड़ दे
अबे देना यार अरे
टूटेगा
अबे तुम लोग कुछ भी कर देते हो सालों
एक यार भाई
जल्दी देना बे
Sorry, Shrishti. I forgot to switch on the video. Shrishti, did you copy the objectives? And then I'll mark where these objectives are in the textbook. These objectives are in the textbook. These objectives are on page 49. Mark it in the textbook also.
Yes.
Page 49. The main objective of the assertive nationalists. मैं 10 बार नहीं बोलूंगी आप लोग मार्क कर रहे हो क्या लिख रहे हो अभी भी Will you be marking it simultaneously? Okay, page 49. First point है the main objective मिला line. Main objective of the assertive nationalists was the immediate attainment of Swaraj. Okay. Second point, methods का जो paragraph है उसमें second point is second line to get a larger share for Indians in the administration of their country. And third, to get Britain's economic to end Britain's economic exploitation of India. मिला? नहीं. दिलवेश हाँ कि नहीं? First point मिला. First point left hand side में है.
Page 47.
49. Page 49.
Yes, ma'am. यहाँ पे this board में लिखा है.
Main objectives.
मैम इधर लिखा है waiting room for only one for white only. तो मैम जैसे रेसेस की बात कर रहे हैं तो या फिर सिर्फ इंडियंस ही नहीं यूज कर रहे होंगे या फिर मैं वाइट बोला
only Europeans are allowed. You know the reason, right? You know that, right? The story of Taj, Hotel Taj.
नहीं बताओ
Dogs और दक्षिणी का कलर नहीं किया था उसके लिए Indians and dogs are
It so happened that Jamshedji Tata was an industrialist fellow, and there was this European restaurant, very famous restaurant in town, in beach, so he went there for lunch, and the waiter said refused to serve him. He said, "No, you will not be allowed because this is only exclusively for Europeans. We don't serve Indians." And he was asked to walk out. So he was literally pushed out. Now he was a very prominent figure even then. And they refused to serve him, and he said, "I will build a hotel much bigger than what you are and much famous, which will be Jamshedji Tata." That's when he purchased the land just across the gateway of India and built Taj. The first 5-star owned by that type. Yes. Its answer is on page 49. You see the direct passage, the heading main objectives of assertive nationalism. Usme first line, the main objective of assertive nationalists was immediate attainment of Swaraj. Line mila? Abhi right hand side में methods of assertive nationalism. Usme second line. That is your second point. To get larger share for Indians in the administration of their country. And aage, to end the Britain's economic exploitation of India. That is the third point. Yeah? Yes. But you know the assertive, who are called assertive nationalists, the young group, which
Congress leaders,
young Congress leaders who were against or who did not agree with the Unions, early nationalists. What were their objectives? Some who यही objectives.
स्टेज में italics में लिखा
Italics में लिखा है, objectives लिखा है italics में. बहुत बड़ा है. Pura Swaraj. That is what it is, Swaraj. Attainment of Swaraj. They had strong I see. to at least remember these points. At least remember Swaraj. Okay, cool. Next. How did, next sixth answer, how did assertive nationalists expand their social base of the national movement? ये आंसर है ना, I will dictate this answer. How did they? वो वहां तक हम लोग पहुंचे नहीं है. So let's read. Let's mark this question number 2.
Yeah.
Let's mark this question number 2, 1. Because that we have done. Question number 2, 1. Lord Curzon. One of Lord Curzon's administrative measures that resulted in strong resentment from the masses was the Partition of Bengal in 1905. In this context, answer the following questions. What was Lord Curzon's argument in favor of Partition of Bengal? The answer is on page number 44. Causes of Partition of Bengal. The main motive for the Partition of Bengal, according to the British rulers, was administrative necessity. They said that the province of Bengal was too big to be efficiently administered by a single provincial government. What the reason? How did the nationalists interpret Lord Curzon's motive? Next para. Yes.
That quote that Ratanji Tata.
Jamshedji Tata.
Jamshedji Tata built a hotel in front of that hotel that
It's no longer there. Because like after the Europeans left, they would only serve European food. So it was not that popular among Indians. But it was a British, what do you say, management only. So उन्होंने किसी Indian को बेच के चले गए. जब सारे Europeans निकल गए. आगे बढ़े. How did the nationalists interpret Lord Curzon's motive? Page 45 में जो छोटा पैराग्राफ है anti-partition movement के ऊपर. The Indian nationalists saw that it was a deliberate attempt to divide Bengalis on religious and territorial grounds and thereby disrupt and weaken the nationalism in Bengal.
Which question is?
It is the same question. The nationalists clearly saw. यहाँ पर है ये पैराग्राफ. मिला क्या पैराग्राफ? यहाँ पर. The nationalists clearly saw the design behind the partition. They saw that it was a deliberate attempt to divide Bengalis on religious and territorial grounds.
Yes.
Yeah? They also realized that they thereby disrupt and weaken the nationalism in Bengal. 2.1a, second part. How did the nationalists interpret Lord Curzon's movies? हमें यहाँ कुछ लिख रहे हो? Certificate. Mark the answer. How did people react to the partition of Bengal?
The same answer.
Same answer.
Second.
Same as we can write 1.2. Same as 1.2. What was the impact of anti-partition movement? Answer is on page 46. Impact of. Sorry? One minute, Shanti. No. You are not marking. Have you studied? I don't think you ever studied Maratha history.
Yeah,
you have
देखा तो है
not without in detail, just around India, Kashmir, we can see areas in the Peshwas traveled to the north and
so the Mahadaji Shinde, have you heard about Mahadaji Shinde? Yes. He was in charge of warrior, and these are his descendants. The Britishers pronounced Shinde as Scindia, so they retained it. Like Rabindranath Tagore, the actual surname is Thakur. So even in Bengal, the Bengalis always refer to him as Thakur. So Britishers pronounced Thakur as Tagore, and so it became Thakur. It's like Mumbai became Bombay. So Britishers pronounced Mumbai as Bombay, and it became Bombay. So real name of the word, it's Thakur.
Thakur. मैं देखा छोटा था मैं वीडियो करता था सच्ची बात है.
It's Thakur, and the British does not like sound same. Britishers couldn't pronounce Thakur; they pronounced it as Thakur.
and then how Madras to Chennai how?
Chennai is the original name. Madras, the whole entire province was known Madras, the region. हर एक word का मेरे को origin मालूम है.
अच्छा है.
What was the impact of anti-partition movement? Page 46. Impact of the anti-partition movement paragraph. First point. Second line. Anti-partition movement accelerated national movement by spreading it among the general masses. What the नहीं पूरा. The people rose in unity to resist, to suffer and to sacrifice. पूरा point मिला first. पूरा पहले सोता है. Page 46 here. Impact मिला. First point पूरा है. Second point में 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come to the fifth line. Swadeshi and Boycott were used as weapons of political agitation and a training in self-sufficiency for the attainment of Swaraj.
Points.
We write 4. लेकिन वो 4 के थोड़ा part. British goods were burned at public places. The shops selling them were picketed. The spirit of Swadeshi spread to almost every walk of life, industries, education, culture, literature, etc. People lost faith in the fair play and justice of the British. And last point, fourth point में अभी ये कौन है? अभी last point में fourth line, third line. The methods adopted by early nationalists lost their appeal. and gave an opportunity to the assertive nationalists to lead the national movement. The big answer. In fact,
second and third.
Okay. Second one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth line से start करते हैं. Swadeshi and Boycott were used as weapons of political agitation. Then, उसके बाद, it was a training in self-sufficiency for attainment of Swaraj. It was लिखना नहीं तो वो meaning समझेगा नहीं. It was a training in self-sufficiency for the attainment of Swaraj. British goods were burnt at the public places. Shops selling them were picketed. Spirit of Swadeshi spread to almost any walk of life. Picketed, looted. Picketed means looted. Third point is in first two lines. People lost their faith in the fair play and justice of the British. मेरा fourth point भी मिला ना? With reference to Surat Split of 1907, answer the following. What were the issues on which? Okay, I am reading the next question. 2A. On the what were the issues on which the two wings of the Congress had differences of opinion? Answer is on page 46. The Surat Split of 1907. Paragraph. Third line. The assertive nationalists wanted to extend the Swadeshi and Boycott to the rest of India and make it a vehicle of full-fledged political mass struggle leading to Swaraj. The early nationalists, however, did not approve it for the whole of India and wanted it to be confined to Bengal only. Moreover, early nationalists did not want to support boycott, which was against their policy of petition and persuasion. So that was the main reason why they fought. Reason समझा? क्या था reason? They did not support boycott because it was against petition, their policy.
Early nationalists or assertive nationalists के बीच
हाँ आएगा वो भी है टेक्स्ट. Next part of the question is, how did the British exploit the differences between early nationalists and assertive nationalists? Answer is on page 47. Sorry. Page 46 पे last line and 47 पे है. The split in the Congress was unfortunate because it gave opportunity to the British to exploit the situation to their advantage. Mila? They adopted a policy of concession and repression. Concession for early nationalists as well as the Muslims, and repression to the assertive nationalists.
None.
Yes. What was the effect of the split between the two wings of the Congress on national movement? Page 47, next part. The Surat Split weakened the national movement. For now, itna hi likho. I'll check if I should add some more points and I'll let you know in the next part. Okay? Have they given more points in your book? Why did the assertive nationalists adopt the policy of non-cooperation with the British government? Being the assertive nationalist leader who organized akhadas ये ना बाद में आएगा. I'll explain. Okay. हाँ. इसके पास है आंसर अच्छे से दिया हुआ है. ओके अभी कुछ डाउट है यहाँ तक नहीं ना ओके गुड टू गो अभी तक का एक छोटा सा रिकैप सूरत स्प्लिट हुआ शयनदीप सूरत सॉरी पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल हुआ शयनदीप अभी तुम यू स्पेस दिस साइड no there was partition of Bengal, reaction to the partition of Bengal. Then we talked about assertive nationalists. There was a Surat split because they did not believe in the methods of early nationalists. Okay. Now, what were the methods of assertive nationalists? They believed in Swadeshi. Okay. The goods that are made in India. So they propagated the idea of Swadeshi. They propagated the idea of boycott. What should they boycott? British goods, British schools. So they also asked students to leave schools, teachers to leave schools and join nationalist schools. The schools established by the Indian freedom fighters. Okay. So they realized that here the children will be taught and the Indian culture and Indian history, and that is how we will create the nationalist citizens, nationalist minded. National education. So boycott, national education. You need to remember three. Swaraj, boycott, national education. And fourth, passive resistance. Resist the British government. They also urged people for personal sacrifice. They told them you need to come out and agitate, demonstrate against the British government, and you should face, see, when you demonstrate against the British government, they will get beaten up. They will have to face problems, but they asked the people to come out and face sacrifice, personal sacrifice. Asked masses to come out and participate in the national movement. Here they talk about three leaders. Who are these three leaders? Okay, now let's talk about these three leaders in detail. First, he is known as the father of assertive nationalism. Many times asked. Who's known as the father of assertive nationalism?
Sorry.
Very good. What is Bal Gangadhar Tilak known as?
Father of assertive nationalism. So,
Bal Gangadhar Tilak, father of assertive nationalism. Remember. Now, born in Maharashtra, and he at a very young age joined the national movement. Finished his studies, graduated in mathematics, brilliant man, started his own educational system, school, sorry. He started Deccan Education Society, was founded by him, and he started school under that, Deccan Education Society. Also edited 2 newspapers, KC and Maratha, KC in Marathi and Maratha in English. And wrote articles against the British government, wrote articles exposing the British government, British policies. And for writing those articles, he was also imprisoned in Mandale, as I said, on the charges of sedition.
And he served the full 7 years.
Yes. Now, his famous line, if you know that he was first openly declared the demand for Swaraj. He said, Swaraj is my birthright and I shall have it. That was his famous line for which he had said. His entry also marked a shift from the methods of petition to active resistance. He was, right from early stage, he was against the system of petitions, and he realized that, and he insisted that this method will not take India ahead with national movement, will not bring about any change. He told people that they should be confident, and he's the one who also said, asked masses to join the national movement. Masses is common people. You and I are mass. Okay? The common people to join the national movement. He therefore started, he realized that just asking everybody to join is not easy. So you have to develop that courage among the youngsters. And for that, he started the akhadas and lathi clubs where physical training was taught. The thing was, people were very afraid. People did not have confidence. He realized that they needed something to charge the people. Now, how to unite people? There were no clubs that. There were no clubs like sports clubs or something where youngsters will get together and where he can teach or inspire children. So he needed some reason. If you start doing it openly in the ground, then people will come, police will have lathi charge, and if somebody gets beaten up, he will not come for such meetings again. So what he did, see, it was very intelligent. He started these were like sports clubs, where they started teaching akhadas. In the akhadas, you teach kushti. The wrestling.
But the British have guns.
What?
British have guns.
See, that time they did not use guns all the time. See, even today, police have guns, but they don't fire it at the masses every now and then. So mostly what they do is lathi charge. So now, if you get lathi once, you will not go there again. So how to bring people together and spread the message? So he started these to inculcate courage among the youngsters. He started the akhadas and lathi clubs. You must have seen they play with lathis. Yeah. That is also for physical training. Lathi clubs, haven't you seen? It's fencing with the lathi. It is called something. It's called fighting. It's called something. I don't know. We have it in the ground.
Lathi bolte.
Yes.
I used to play.
No, it is. It's some south. It's very popular in Kerala also. Yes, something like that. Kalari Pattu or something like that. So anyway, he also organized. So that was one thing he did to get the youngsters together. Then he wanted the people to come together and where the nationalist ideas would be spread. Now, people were not allowed to come together. They could not gather in large numbers. So what he did is he revived these new festivals. So he's the one who started organizing Sarvajanik, public Ganeshotsav and Shiva Jayanti. So he started, so through these, so there were these 10 days of Ganeshotsav was organized where people came together, participated, and the different speeches were given, and people were inspired to participate in the national movement in these during these festivals. Shiva Jayanti was started, and the stories of Shivaji were narrated, and they performed the acts of plays on the life of Shivaji, and that's how the word was spread. People were inspired that we too have great history and we need to fight against the British government. So then he started two festivals, public festivals, Shiva Jayanti and Ganeshotsav. Yes.
Remember in the previous chapter it was written that people, more than 10 people are not allowed to have.
Yes, therefore he got this excuse. He said, religious festival. This is a religious festival. So when it is religious festival, the Britishers couldn't stop it because they had learned their lesson that if we interfere too much in religion, then Indians will get upset. So therefore he started this religious festival. क्या कुछ पढ़ना है, मैसेज पढ़ना है? नहीं, मैं फोन नहीं है. तो क्या? So he started glorifying Shivaji. The Shivaji's plays were started in order to just inspire people to, feel good about their past and to protest the British government. When he was in, when he was, as I said, he was a great mathematician. When he was still in the jail of Mandale, then he did not just spend time in 7 years. He wrote his famous book, Gita Rahasya. He wrote Gita Rahasya. He's written many books also. Two most famous is the Gita Rahasya is one, and the second one is the Arctic Home of the Vedas. So these are two very popular books written by him. He is the one, the Home Rule movement. Very good.
Oh my.
You should just wait.
And can we just click one?
Go wash your face and
last day.
go wash your face and come.
You saw that side 4:34.
Kyun? What do you play? So what time do you go?
4:30 Washi.
You go all the way to Washi?
Yes.
Okay, we are in Watershed. Where in Washi?
Sitco. There's a road actually. Road practice. रोड है पूरा खाली रोड है तो उधर कोई आता
अरे लेकिन कहाँ सेक्टर 9 में
हम पता नहीं सेक्टर नहीं बोला सिडको है सिडको भवन उसके जस्ट एग्जैक्ट पीछे रोड है ब्रिज क्रॉस करके भाई सिडको भवन ब्रिज क्रॉस करके ना हां एक पाशी रेलवे स्टेशन हां उसके इधर सिडको भवन मेरा
वो एग्जीबिशन हां एग्जीबिशन
क्या
the exhibition center.
Yes.
Opposite
Then
okay.
Fine.
In home rule movement, he also started home rule movement in India. This home rule movement was actually started in Ireland and it became very, very popular there. Annie Besant, She was the leader of Home Rule movement, and she had understood that she realized that even in India, people want freedom from Britishers. So she came to India. Tilak collaborated, you can say, with him, joined hands with her, and they established this Home Rule vision of Home Rule movement first in Madras and then in Pune. Okay. Any reason her name is not mentioned in your textbook, don't worry. He is also called the forerunner of Gandhiji. Like it so happened that Tilak's era ended and Gandhiji's era started. Gandhiji's, yes, he died in 1920. Gandhiji's, you will realize that most of the things that Tilak did, Gandhi guided it forward. Okay. So he's called, the first thing is idea of Swaraj. His idea of Swaraj was very much like Gandhiji's idea of Swaraj. They wanted complete freedom. Second, Gandhiji also believed in the mass movement, and Tilak was the one who started this mass movement. Third, Tilak preached the practice of Swadeshi. You know, Gandhiji is known for Swadeshi, charkhan, making your own clothes, and Swadeshi, boycott, and prohibition. So these were the three things that Tilak proposed and practiced, advocated, and Gandhiji carried it forward. Both of them suffered imprisonment for their work. So therefore, Tilak is called the forerunner of Gandhiji. This question is asked many times. Who is called known as the forerunner of Gandhiji? So who's known as the forerunner of Gandhiji and why? Give me one reason. Yes, Swadeshi and Boycott. Tilak popularized it, carried it forward. Second is, they wanted complete Swaraj. Both wanted complete Swaraj. Mass movement. He started mass movement. Gandhiji too believed in mass. So remember this. The next we talk about Bipin Chandra Pal. Bipin Chandra Pal was born in Sylhet. Sylhet is currently in Bangladesh. And yes, I am going to hear. Bipin Chandra Pal, father of revolutionary thought. Bipin Chandra Pal, you put your head down and I'll not it. Go wash your face and down.
इसी के कारण नहीं कर पाते.
That's what I said. Go wash your face and down. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, better.
Hey, these are the questions you need to remember. You are the only one whom I have not shifted. So now it's your turn. अगर तुम पीछे मुड़ के बात क्या चाहिए?
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ जाने के लिए मैं इंटरैक्ट ना करूँ. क्यों? मैं देखो मैं बदतमीजी कर रहा है.
कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा है.
मारा है उसने.
आगे जाना.
और क्या मार रहा था?
अरे बाबा. Pay attention. Bipin Chandra Pal. We have come to Bipin Chandra Pal now. Father of revolutionary thoughts in India. So remember, father of assertive nationalism, Tilak. Father of revolutionary thoughts in India, Bipin Chandra Pal. Again, now he was the one who went to different countries. He had gone to US, and there he had seen how people live there, and he was very much influenced by their lifestyle, and he realized that we should also bring in that kind of liberty and freedom for the people of India. He started many newspapers. He was a great journalist, started many newspapers and propagated his idea of nationalism through the newspapers. Very important point about him is he believed that Indians will change their opinion. We need to change the opinion. We need to spread nationalism through education. So he was a great propounder of national education. So he said that we should make national education the basis of freedom movement. So remember his national education, basis of freedom movement.
मैं पीछे थोड़ा सा भी देखो मेरे पीछे कौन बैठा है मुझे पता नहीं मैम
You are the only one. उसके बाद योगेश
सर पहले ये मतलब
नहीं योगेश कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा मैं क्या है
मैं देखा कि नहीं मुझे को नहीं
इसलिए योगेश कम होता है
I'm last opportunity
नहीं वो तो मैं बहुत opportunity
I'm not अभी तक क्या ही कर
I'm wasting your time and my time. अभी कितना टाइम बचा? It's only half of 45 minutes. Come here, come here.
Last chance sir.
No. Nothing doing. Come here.
ठीक है कर इसमें. You know that.
Help me mark the answers. Okay, come here.
One second.
विपिन चंद्रपाल known for national education. ये point उनका बहुत important है. याद रखना. He said that only through national education should be made as a base of freedom movement, because ये जो nationalistic passion or we can create this nationalistic passion and national feeling among the youth through education. He was also a great social reformer, carried out a lot of social reforms, like advocated widow remarriage. He also opposed the caste system, and he stressed the need to develop indigenous industries in the country. What do you understand by indigenous industries? He said that Indians must start their own industries in the country. See, we talked about economic drain, economic exploitation. I'll just give you one example. Like what happened? We talked about Swadeshi. Was it a great hit?
No.
It was for some time, but it is so difficult to make your own cloth and wear. People have other work also.
Yeah.
And there were not so many shops selling Swadeshi goods.
Before British, it was also same.
Before British, it was same, but then Britishers broke that chain. No? What Britishers did, Britishers systematically closed down the artisans' shops. And therefore now, he insisted that start indigenous industries. Start industries. Indians must start their own industries. Indians must start goods, producing their own goods, and not depend on the foreign goods that are imported. Only then Swadeshi will be a success. We encourage people basically what to say. What is that? What term do we have now? Atmanirbhar. That's right. He basically asked Indians to become Atmanirbhar. Because only then the poverty will be eradicated, unemployment will end. If Indians start making their own factories, industries. So you just out of the text actually for some time. You all know Bombay Store? The mall, you know Bombay Store. Okay, the first Bombay Store was set up in Fort town, BT.
You have mall of the town.
Churchy.
Mall of the town.
नहीं.
क्या?
अरे Bombay Store was set up. एक store तो खुल सकता है ना? So Bombay Store always sold the best quality. Is known for their Indian handicraft. They are known for Indian handicraft, Indian cotton cloth and bed sheets and everything. Who started this?
Gandhiji.
It was started in 1910 or something, and one of the founding members was Bal. Even today, if you go, I don't know about this, but the first shop that we have in Fort, there you still have his photograph. Picture is always there. Now, this concept was like he told the Indians that you start the shop selling Indian goods. And then, so most of the shops were very, very small, and they said now we need to have such shops to attract the British people also, foreigners or little well-off Indians. And so they established a shop there. That was the first shop. First shop, Bombay Store. Sorry?
They used to buy from us.
Yes. There were some Britishers who were fond of everything that the Indians made. Not that all were not against. Even today, if you go to Fort and that area, there are so many foreigners who come and buy. Okay. And the last one is our Lala Lajpat Rai. Lala Lajpat Rai, he is known as Punjab Kesari or Sher Punjab. Okay. So he was from Punjab. Tilak had his work field in Maharashtra. He's based in Maharashtra and he worked here, carried his national movement and everything. Bipin Chandra Pal's main ground of work was in Bengal. And we had Lala Lajpat Rai, who carried out same work in Punjab. So these, when they would decide what their plan of action should be, and they would carry out those plans of action in their own respective areas. This is the Punjab Kesari and Sher Punjab is the title given to him. He was a lawyer, he was a prolific writer, he was an educator, and did a lot of work. He was an educationist. He also started school. He too was in USA. There he joined the monthly magazine Young India and started writing in the magazine. He also started inspiring Indians to attain Swaraj. He was a social reformer, so he carried out a lot of national work. Then he was also a social reformer. He was very closely associated with Arya Samaj, and he carried out the work of expanding the DAV. You know what DAV is, right? DAV schools. You have heard about DAV schools. The DAV schools were first started by the Arya Samaj, the Anand Saraswat. So he was closely related with Arya Samaj and carried out the work of expansion for DAV colleges. Opened many orphanages, schools and hospitals. And also set up servants of the People's Society. This was a welfare group for the downtrodden and the outcast. So not that he did only carried out the national work, he also did a lot of social work. He is also popular for his work outside India. 1928, he was leading a demonstration in Punjab against the Simon Commission. And that's when, have you done that? Go back, Simon. There was Simon Commission.
I've seen on the photo.
Okay.
Simon, go back.
Yes, Simon, go back. So he was leading the demonstration. The police started lathi charge, and he was quite senior then, and he was beaten up with lathi, and he was beaten up so badly that he succumbed to the injuries. and he died because of the lathi charge. So that happened in 1928. But Lala Lajpat Rai. Lala Lajpat Rai died because of lathi charge. He was beaten up because of leading the demonstration, and sorry. No, but it is sad. No, that's such a great leader who went to different countries. Who wrote in Hindi, Punjabi, English, fluent languages, Urdu, in such fluent languages. He was known for his articles, inspired people, carried out such great national work, social work, orphanages, started schools, expanded the DAV college. He did so much work, and such a senior leader. He was 60 plus or 70 plus. Such a senior leader. He was beaten up by lathi, by the police. Now, when we say police, they were not all white police. Who was in the police force? The Indians only. Actually, they were following the orders, of course, but the Indians were only beating up the Indians. So it is so sad that such a man of such a great stature, a great leader, dies because he gets beaten up with lathi and he cannot, and he succumbs to. See, so that means he was really beaten up badly, and maybe he had severe head injuries or something. Otherwise, एक दो लाठी से क्या पैर फ्रैक्चर होगा, कुछ होगा। बहुत अच्छे से ड्यूटी निभाई है। सरेंडर आपका कितना है? कब मारना है? Okay, we have seen somebody getting beaten up. हम लोग थोड़ी देखते हैं, रोज होता है। अरे लॉकडाउन में कौन सा की बोल रही है? लॉकडाउन में तो सबका सीन। क्या? क्या भाई? लाठी चार्ज लॉकडाउन। क्या बोला? वो भाई पेपर सब तेरे पास सब याद है। सब जानना है। और जवाब देने के लिए Okay, let's come to the question answers once again. Question number 6. Question number 16. How did the assertive nationalists expand the social base of the national movement? This I will dictate. There are many answers that I will dictate here. Because otherwise you... So write down this answer in your notebook. Question number 5. Question number 5. Question number 5. You also write down and then maybe check with your book. The question is, how did assertive nationalists expand the social base of the national movement? What is your last question? In Bengal, like even in Goa. Okay. Even in Bengal, they eat fish. The Bengali,
and this is written what was the declared goal of the just the same.
No, goal of the national. जो लिखा था ना मैंने वो 3 पॉइंट्स लिखे थे ना, objectives and goals the same. Goals and objectives the same. Now question number 5. Write the question, or at least write the question number. Question number 15. Sorry. Question number 16. I'm sorry. Question number 16. How did they expand the national social base? The answer is
names be prominent.
No. Question number 16.
16.
Question number
How
1.
did they expand the social
Mention any two achievements. 1-6 now. Question number 6.
First point. A certain nationalist adopted the following methods. A certain nationalist. Hello, I'm dictating the answer. A certain nationalist adopted the following methods to expand the social base. Following methods of national movement. To expand the social base of national movement. A certain nationalists adopted the following methods to expand the social base of the national movement. Introduction work. First one, Swadeshi and Boycott. First, Swadeshi and Boycott. Economic boycott of British goods. Economic boycott of British goods and boycott British goods and use of Swadeshi. See, the answer in the textbook is spread all over. So therefore, I'm giving you it together. Use of Swadeshi was designed. Boycott of British goods and use of Swadeshi was designed to encourage Indian industries and to provide employment for the people of India. Or just for people. And to provide employment for people. अभी क्या miss हो गया तुमसे? Should I dictate again?
Last. Key point.
नहीं वो चारों तीनों उसके बुक में देख रहे हैं.
मैं वो बार बार बोल रहा हूँ.
See, I'll start from the beginning. Okay. Ameya. See, I'll start from the beginning. The assertive nationalists adopted following methods to expand the social base of national movement. हो गया इतना? And use of Swadeshi was designed. 1 minute. Introduction हो गया हमें. Next. First point, Swadeshi and Boycott. Yes. Swadeshi and Boycott. First point. उसको dash देना. Hyphen. Economic boycott of British goods. Economic boycott of British goods and use of Swadeshi was designed to encourage Indian industries, to encourage Indian industries and provide employment for the people.
It is accurate printed.
Because यहाँ पे ना spread all over, इसलिए वो भी. Next, national education. Next point, national education. Second point, national education.
My.
एक आंसर. I have all these. all the answers. But it is spread. It's long. So I'm giving it together. Second. The national leaders advocated national universities that were free from government control. National leaders advocated national universities that were free from government control. नीचे होगा शायद मिला क्या? National universities free from government control. A large number of national schools were also established. A large number of national schools were also established. Okay. National education. National education. The national leaders advocated national universities that were free from government control. A large number of national schools were also established. Third point is passive resistance. National schools were established.
With you.
Third passive resistance. Third passive resistance.
Ma'am, can I sit there? I'm not really comfortable here. So I'm touching you, ma'am. Ayan.
Very technical.
Passive resistance likha, third point. The assertive leaders believe, third point, passive resistance. The assertive leaders believed in adopting the policy of
अभी तो हम जाने अभी हम जब भैया ने भी मुझे चिल्लाया कि मैं कर हाँ ऑफर था अभी
आनी है
अभी तो नहीं हो. The assertive leaders
I'm telling that they are bad.
Okay, fine. The assertive leaders believed in adopting the policy of non-violent resistance मिला क्या लाइन तुमको? The assertive leaders believed in adopting the policy of non-violent resistance and vigorous political action to achieve their aim.
After politics, achieve their
Aim. They asked people to
मैम ये लोग क्या कह रहे हैं
They asked the people to refuse to cooperate with the government.
Policy of non-violent resistance and vigorous.
refuse to cooperate with the government.
Political action. Vigorous political action.
After cooperate.
1 minute. They asked people to refuse to cooperate with the government and to boycott government services, ports, and colleges.
I'm so happy right now. You don't know.
Now government services.
Ports, schools, ports, C-O-U-R-D, ports. Services, sports, schools, and colleges. And fourth point, besides the above said method, besides these methods, fourth point, besides these methods, they also followed, they also believed, besides these methods, they also, they also believed in revivalism, R-E-V-I-V-A-L-I.
They believe in
Revivalism. To revive, they started, started Shiva Jayanti, started telling the stories of Shivaji, they started national education, they narrated the new history, they started writing books, how India's past is great. So revivalism, comma, personal sacrifices, so personal sacrifice and mass movement. Mass movement. That is
there in article.
Yeah. Besides these, personal sacrifice. Got this answer? Next. Now, seventh one is easy. What were the two methods adopted by assertive nationalists in the freedom struggle? What were the two methods? No. Very good. Swadeshi and boycott.
Swadeshi boycott. सब एक ही है भाई नेशनल मूवमेंट एक ही ब्रिटिश अभी 4 चैप्टर एक ही पढ़ रहे हैं पढ़ी मत
So Swadeshi boycott, national education याद रखना. Two method, main method was Swadeshi and boycott. Okay. Next answer मिला Swadeshi and boycott. Hello. Next. Question 17. Two methods Swadeshi and boycott. Mention. I'm discussing question number 8 now. Mention any one reason for the rise of assertive nationalism. Answer is on page 47. Causes for the rise. You can write the third point. Yes. The evil economic consequences of foreign rule were exposed towards the end of 19th century. Then there were famines which ravaged India and took a toll of over 90 lakh lives. The government did nothing to help the people. On the other hand, it spent huge amount of money on the silver jubilee celebration. These events revealed to the Indians their plight of utter helplessness. No, actually, till Victoria's accession to the throne, हो गया. उसके बाद last line. Unjust and repressive policies of British government provided an atmosphere for the growth of assertive nationalism. Mila last line.
Yes.
Ayan Mila. ये इजी पॉइंट है लिखने के लिए, ये जैसे स्टोरी के जैसे याद रहेगा। आगे in Mandalay, no Raja, it was 7 years, definitely. This was must have been some other. He was for
Mandalay तो लाला लजपत राय है।
Mandalay में लाला लजपत राय थे, फिर senior पहले आगे भी है, इधर तिलक was there. कब से जब लाइट है तभी ऑफ हो गया।
मुझे भी हाथ धोने यार
क्या क्या
नाम तिलक का नहीं लिखा है। नहीं लिखा है।
यार प्यार लग रहा
है। हमारा सोच है जिंदगी है।
नहीं जगह कम है यहाँ पे। या तो मैं खिलाते नहीं कुछ और हाँ मैं नहीं ना होते जब मैं कोई करी चाहिए चल नहीं का
पहले next part, why did the educated Indians turn against the British? Educated Indians turned against the British, page 48, point number 7. The number of educated Indians increased. Large number of them were employed in the administration on low salaries, point number 7. While many others face unemployment.
And the whole paragraph.
Yes, the whole paragraph. Mila kya? Point number 7. Page 48 पे. आया आंसर मिला? वाह क्या?
Single school paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Next, list any two international events that shattered the myth of European superiority. Remember which two incidences? Japan. The answer page number 48, 6 point. Third line. Japan, an Asian country, defeated Russia. Italian forces were defeated by the Abyssinians in Ethiopia.
Abyssinians.
Ethiopian people are known as Abyssinians. There are different tribes, right, in Africa. Yes. In South Africa, the Boers fought for 3 years against the British. So you write first two examples. These two international events showed that. What the answer? आंसर मिला?
वो फाइनल क्या है मालूम है?
ये अभी सीधा देखो. Answer straight. This is feet down.
मैं पीछे के लिए तुम्हारे कैसे बैठे? कोई सब लोग ढंग से बैठे.
सब लोग ढंग से बैठे. वो ऐसे यहाँ सामने और पैर वहाँ.
इधर पैर.
Any two measures. Mention any two measures that show that.
I'm बहुत टाइम से बस उसे कोई लगा के रहता है. हाँ.
Mention any two measures that show that Lord Curzon's policies were repressive. Page 49. Page 49, point number 10. वहाँ पे है देखो 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 लाइन. So हम ना eight line. Page number 49, 10.8 The Act of 1918. Hello. He's doing nothing. He's marking his answer. The Act of 1898 made it an offence to provoke people against the British. The Calcutta Corporation Act reduced the strength of elected members from India, thus giving British a majority. Then the Indian Universities Act imposed strict official control over the Indian universities. Because Curzon considered them as centers of nationalism.
What is an Official Secrets Act?
Official Secrets Act. Actually, even I don't know. Okay, next question. Shandy, tell me the 11th answer. Read the question and tell me the answer. And next part. Okay. Next part. Shandy, next part of the answer. Question. Let them
पूरा दिन बकवास करता रहता है।
I know.
अब ये देखो मैं पहले तो भी रखता है, मैंने भी रखा है। उधर तक जा नहीं रहा है। ठीक है।
Okay. Next. Tell me the next answer. Question number 12. So 11 हो गया ना? 11 का आंसर मिला ना?
Yes.
12 का आंसर बोलो. 2 books written by here. Yes, give the answer. That's right. Answer is on page 52. Gita Rahasya. Page 52, first paragraph, last line. Gita Rahasya and the Arctic home of the Vedas. Page 52, first paragraph. Gita Rahasya and Arctic home of Vedas. Question number 13. What efforts did Tirak make to instill the spirit of nationalism in Indians?
He wrote 2 books. He wrote 2 books.
What efforts did Tirak make to establish started national education, established school and university?
I think so. He started 2 newspapers.
The question is, what did he do to instill the spirit of nationalism among the Indians? You can write these points are given very well. Page 55. First point, see the Bal Gangadhar paragraph. First, he started 2 newspapers, Maratha and Kesari, and he started the Ganpati festival and Shivaji festival to propagate nationalist ideas. Answer?
One more is he started.
Yes, on page number 55 and box. That, yes. मिला क्या?
मैं भाग रहा था तो एक तो ये नहीं था आपका
उनको डर लगता है ना नहीं तो
नहीं ना वो क्राइम पेट्रोल वाला है हमारा क्या पता चल
ये लगा भागा करके रोज आ रहे थे
yeah come on, let's mark all these whatever is remaining. Shandy. When and why did Tirak leave the Indian National Congress? Why did he leave?
He was not satisfied with the.
He was a assertive nationalist. He's not like the passive petitions of the other people.
That's right. Perfect.
I'm carried on the page.
See, page 47. You will write. He was an assertive nationalist and did not agree with the method and ideology of early nationalist leaders. जो उन्होंने आंसर मार्क किया था ना वही आएगा इसके लिए. समझा? He was an assertive nationalist and he did not agree with these early nationalist methods of petition, of sending petition. And when did he leave? He lived in 1907 when Surat Split. When did he leave? In 1907. Why did Tirak revive Ganpati and Shivaji festival? Answer is on page 22. Shiva Jayanti. The answer would be to propagate nationalist ideas and to encourage young Maharashtrians. यहाँ पे वहाँ पे एक ऐड करना to encourage young Maharashtrians. वो जो रेड बॉक्स में है ना nationalist ideas and to encourage young Maharashtrians. इसी ने ऐड करना. चैनवी माकिया आंसर वो बॉक्स में ही करा. बॉक्स में remember the answer is in the box there. लाल बाल गंगाधर तिलक पैराग्राफ सेकंड पॉइंट उसी में ऐड करना वो लास्ट and to encourage.
इधर तो पूरा बराबर ही है प्रीचिंग नेशनलिज्म बस ऊपर से ऐड करा तो इधर का
can see it's up to you.
भाई हो जाएगा टाइम 2 मिनट और क्या करेगा हम only headaches we have to write in your comments headaches we have to write
for what? Spread the spirit of kindness. Mention any two Ameya. You have not written. Mention any two achievements of assertive nationalists. Achievements of assertive nationalist? Answer is on page 8. Shandy, page 51. Yeah, first 2 points or achievements. The leaders were first point were able to inculcate national pride. National pride तभी करना आगे का by exploring वगैरह वगैरह is a difficult word. It will be difficult to remember. Tirak revived Ganpati and Shivaji festival to arouse national movement. And through his writings in Maratha and Maitri, he also preached nationalism. And second point, they gave new slogans to the Indian national movement like non-cooperation, forced passive resistance, mass agitation.
Okay.
And the seventh point is also, for 2 lines are also very easy. Many new education institutions were set up during Swadeshi movement. Only that much. And next time we mark the remaining answers and we start with political examples.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye. Ameya, bring your textbook and notebook to next time.